Gosh darn it. There we go. Hello, hello. How is everybody? I feel like my mic is a little low. Hello, my name is Luminous Peak. I'm your friendly neighborhood fae here on sabbatical, learning about the things you humans do and finding new ways to have fun. It is a Saturday for me, and today we're gonna finally build a keyboard. It's been a little while since I've built a keyboard. My schedule's been very topsy-turvy, unfortunately, and I've just been trying to fit in other stuff. So I'm hoping that today we'll be able to just get into the groove and have some cool building stuff going on. I've got a few things that I could build here, and I've eliminated one keyboard, but I'm not 100% sure what I want to build. So yeah, let's see. I am currently hydrating with water. Usually I try to I end up forgetting to disclose what I'm hydrating with until like midway through the stream. So today we just have plain old water. My body's been trying to adjust to having a regular sleep schedule, and I don't know how that's going. Hi Karisu, I see you in first place. Go for the gold. There's someone else lurking in here, but I have no clue who they are. A regular sleep schedule? Yeah, I mean, yes, basically. Also, oh my gosh, I see that I've gone up to 80 followers here on Twitch, which is like kind of crazy, to be honest. So there is a, oh, that's Zeb. You know, they're always in your wall. Zeb is the type of creature to just hang out in the rafters, just hang out amongst the walls. Yeah. So yeah, I still have plans to do a keyboard giveaway. At the moment, I think on Twitter we're at like 119 or something like that. Basically the TLDR is I don't have all of the components that I need to put together the board I want to give away, and I don't want to do the giveaway stream until I have absolutely everything, because I want to be able to mail it out after I have everything. I don't want to have the stream and give it away and then people are waiting forever. So I will definitely be updating when we're doing that. I just wanted to let people know we are still doing it. I haven't reached 100 on Twitch yet. And we're only a little past it on Twitter, so I think I'll be okay. Let's see. Man, I've had a week. Just in terms of sleep. Work has kind of been a very also, but you know, it is how it is. Good things that have happened this week, though. I managed to make a little bit of progress on Breath of the Wild. I'm very excited about it. Unfortunately, I owned the game since like way before I was streaming it anyway. So I do not have the setup to display my playing on the Switch, which I think is a good thing personally, to be honest. I spend a lot of time just sort of running around and enjoying riding my horse. Which I don't think is especially enjoyable to watch, to be honest. But other things, we played Season last stream, which is a game where you are chronicling the history of the people of your land while there's like a transition between, I guess, ages. And it's kind of a scrapbooking simulator, to be honest. And I love that. The visuals are stunning. So the visuals are stunning. I like the main character so far. We haven't met very many other people, so I'm very interested to see how things end up. Honestly, if I end up building this keyboard quickly enough, I may open up the game and play it a little bit today. I used to sightsee a lot in Skyrim, so I feel that yeah. I feel like it's a very Season is a very visually stunning game in this particular way. And also Breath of the Wild is kind of the same thing, even though it's more action oriented. I enjoy being able to just, I don't know, just zone out and just do shit slowly or randomly. And I know that that doesn't make for great streaming content because it's not super engaging to go to the same places over and over and just enjoy like exploring instead of engaging with the enemies. But that is in fact what I enjoy doing. Okay, so today we're gonna be building a keyboard. I feel like I kind of have settled on what I want to do. Let's hop over to the full screen and I'll put some music on and then we'll go through, I guess, what my options are, although I think I'm pretty settled. So I guess I'll just let you guys know what the TBD part of this is. I want to update the information, the stream info, to reflect the keyboard that I'm building though. So let's head over there and do it. Okay, let's put on some tunes. And after that, we'll get into what I'm doing and why and all that other stuff. Let me find my playlist. Let's see. Okay, yes, I think I'm gonna go with this one. Let me know if the music is too low or if my voice isn't high enough. As per usual, I'm using you guys to sound test because I can hear myself in my headphones, but that is not exactly the same thing. And then let's get our overhead cam on so I can adjust it. Oh, I should have known it wasn't gonna quite be exactly the way I wanted it. Nope. There we go. I suppose this is good enough. This is the keyboard that I've been using for the last little while. Audio a little low. Okay, let's... You mean me or Muzak? I just want to know if I need to adjust it. Is my audio low or is the music low? Actually, I think my voice is up as high literally as it will actually go. So let me turn the music up just a tad, a tiddly diddly bit. Okay, how about there? I've adjusted it a little more than a teensy bit, but hopefully enough. Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. So, is this tilted? I feel like this is tilted, maybe. Nah. I think it just appears this way because it's not exactly in the middle. Yeah, there we go. So let me shift this just a little this way. Cool. So you can find out what keyboard I am using by hitting the exclamation point keyboard command. However, I'm a crazy keyboard lady and I name all of my boards. So this board right here is Roland. Again, love how the board matches the mat. Me too. This board's name is Roland. Roland is a Mr. Suit TKO. For anybody who's new and doesn't know keyboard sizes, basically the percentage kind of depends on how many keys there are. So TKO stands for 10 keyless. So that means that you have everything except for the number pad. So on a normal keyboard, you'd have all of these buttons and then the number pad on this side, but it is missing. And since the numpad is known for having the numbers 1 through 10, even though there's more keys on a numpad than that, we call it 10 keyless. So this is a TKO. That's short for 10 keyless. And the name of it is Mr. Suit. I'm going to turn it over so you can see the back. However, don't mind all of my fingerprints because I just have been touching this a lot. This has been my daily driver for the last little while. And Roland has KNC Black Jacket switches. And these are SA Espresso keycaps. I have a weakness for coffee themed things. I am a coffee enjoyer, even though I prefer tea. But I just like the color of coffee, you know? This is not the only coffee color thing I've ordered, but this is the one that I have now. I'm so happy to have it. Hi, Lemon. Hi. I have a party in 20 minutes, so I'm here for a good time, but not a long time. I hope that you enjoy your party. What kind of party is it? Let us know. Inquiring minds would like to know. Also, you definitely have a life. Oh my gosh. Space Kitty, hello. Nice to see you. So I'm gonna be moving this off the desk so that we can do some building things, but I just wanted to show them off. I feel like the last couple streams, I've been like in such a panic to actually hit go live after work that what I haven't done is stop to do my shopkeeping things. So yes, this is Roland. He's very cute. He was named by a friend of mine. I asked for a bougie name because I feel like this is a bougie board. So that's what we got. Roland. Exhausted. I can imagine. Being, actually not even being alive. Existing is exhausting sometimes. My writing is being read out loud to other writers for hype and critique and love and support. That's great. I know that you've told me about this before. I know it's like a monthly thing, I think. So yes, congrats on having your work read out loud. I already know that everyone's gonna love it because I've read some of your works. 65 hours as of today. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. I hope that you're able to seek out a little bit of respite. I hope. It is the weekend after all. I know not everybody has the weekend off, but I'd like to hope that the sort of like mental conditioning we have to take a break on the weekend, I hope is like a thing. It used to be monthly. This is the first one in 8 months. Yeah, I know that they took a break. I hope that they go back to monthly. I really enjoy fandom community things. I'm a really big fan of those kinds of things. I think communities coming together to like celebrate the people participating in them. It's like a really, really awesome thing. I'm half asleep right now. Well, if you end up needing to go nap, make sure you do that. I appreciate you coming into stream to chat with me a little bit. Okay, let's get rolling out of the way. Oh my gosh, she's heavy. So we got a couple different options, literally 2 options. I'm saying a couple. I'm saving the heaviest option for a different stream because I've got keycaps I can put on it soon. So like, hang on, let me backtrack for anyone who may not know what the heck I'm talking about. In the last month or something, 3 different projects that I backed last year, I think one of them was from this year, but the other 2 were from last year, actually came in the mail to me, keyboard builds. So I'm sitting on 3 keyboards that I can build, and I'm trying to decide which one to build. But I think I know which one. It's gonna bother me forever that this is like not symmetrical on screen. I frequently work 60 hours a week, so I know well how you feel. Yeah, that's crazy. Ah, yes, second. Silver is premium, and so are you. Thanks, Lemon, for claiming second. Okay. I'm sorry if I'm moving a little slow. I've had a bit of a lazy day. My sleep cycle has just been completely fucked. So I slept most of the day yesterday, and I like outside of work, and then I also slept most of the day today. Third, yes, someone claimed bronze. Top 3, still pretty good. And bronze is the prettier color out of the 3 of these, if you ask me personally. I am a silver gal when it comes to jewelry, but bronze, great color. So yeah, we're just taking our time. This is gonna be kind of like a cozy stream. I'm sorry, the music is a little loud in my headphones, so I had to make a small adjustment. For anyone who hasn't seen my nails, although I'm not sure who wouldn't have at this point, I know you guys like the hands. So we're showing off the hands. Sparkly, sparkly. Okay. So I think the build that we're going to go for today is a 60% keyboard for free. Well, you're going to see them while I'm building anyway. So, you know, there you go. Now, if I was, you know, doing feet, then, you know, for free, question mark, you know. Yes, sparkly. I was considering so the number one thing that people comment on my streams is literally my nails. I guess that's what people are here for. They're here for the hand porn. I was considering, hey, yo, is that foreshadowing? No, no, it is not. It is not foreshadowing. I was considering doing like a monthly dono goal to let Twitch chat decide my nail color, or at least pick like a design maybe, or suggest designs that I could pick between. I was considering doing that. I think I'm gonna hold off on it, but I don't think it's a bad idea. These nails were actually suggested by Lemon. You know, she hit me up in the DMs. I mean, we actually talked to each other, so like, but I was talking to her, and she was like, hey, have you tried XYZ? And I was like, I haven't, so let's see. Good job, Lemon. I mean, I might want my back to sparkle from the glitter. So the imagery of that, yes. But there's a part of my brain that's super into nails to the point where, my God, I hope that the job wouldn't be so bad that the glitter is just flaking off. Okay, let me grab the things from the keyboard that I have just decided we're gonna build. Shoot, which one is it? Oh no. My house is full of boxes. Okay, I think it's the one I opened upside down. Okay, yes, I opened this box upside down. And as a result, there's no way for me to put the materials on the desk without flashing and doxing myself. So hang on, I'm just gonna turn my camera off for a second. It's stuffed so like it's packed so full that like I can't get it out of the box other than to turn it upside down. Okay. Alrighty. Here we go. Safe. So, let me replace these things in the box and then the correct way, and then we'll pull them out. Okay, so this keyboard that we're building today, I'm sorry, I'm just like beating up my desk so it's shaking. This is a keyboard from the company Parallel Keyboards. And the board is called the Snake60, and I'm gonna show you why it is called that in a moment. So this is how they wrapped it. They wrapped it in a little carrying bag, which is super cool. Here is said little carrying bag. I personally love it when keyboards come with their own carrying cases because keyboards are heavy. They are heavy. Yep, so you can see the little Parallel logo right here. Ooh, love that tie-dye. Yes, I've never had a keyboard come with a bag before. But it comes with not only just like this little bag, but it also has its own carrying case. It's pretty dope. So this is the board. This is in the color Rust. You can see it says Snake. It's kind of engraved into this weight right here. And the most striking thing about this board is the weight on the back. So we're gonna do a reveal. All right, are we ready? Are we ready for weight reveal? The weight is 300% why I purchased this board. I actually don't like 60%, just for an explanation. A 60% keyboard has no FRO, no navigation cluster, no numpad, and no arrows. That's the deal breaker for me. I really prefer when my keyboards have arrows, to be honest. However, the weight was so good, I had to do it to them. I had to. So we have this here. Look at these curves. Look at these curves. The color, the lining, these are filled in with enamel, which is like amazing. And drum roll. Boom, baby. We got a snake on the back. Look at it. Look. Oh my God. With the fangs and everything. Look at it. And it's also recessed. So there's like a bit of space between, let me turn it this way. There you go. Space between where the weight is set and the actual like hole that it, the indentation that it's settled in. Yes, yes. Oh, I love it so much. And I like that they had the little grooves for the enamel. So like the inside of the mouth and the lines around the eyes are actually red. And the outline for the snake is in green with some of the curves in the middle. This is white. I don't know, you know, how it looks on everyone's monitor, so. Yes. So this is the board we're putting together today. Awesome. Now, let me unbox the rest of it, because obviously that is like the main attraction, right? That's the piece we're here for. However, there's other gimmicks to this. So these are stabilizers. Woe to us to be doing stabilizers. But that's okay. We're gonna figure it out. These are some stickers that it came with. That weight is cool. Yes, it is. It's very cool. They have like this minimalist watch that, like clock that they also sell on the site. So I think this is like a promotional sticker. I almost ordered it because it looks cool. And this is a card for you to get started. It has a build guide QR code built on there. So if you were to purchase one of these and you weren't sure how to build it, always have the build guide on hand. Even if you're an expert, looking at the build guide is important. So next we have an O-ring, and I'm gonna explain what this is and what we use it for in a bit, but it is essential to the build, and this is my first O-ring build, so that is actually importante. This is the plate. I think that's FR4 material, but I'm not 100% sure. We have a JST cable. The JST cable is basically, it connects a daughter board. So basically the daughter board offers electrostatic protection. So by having the USB hub on a separate board that is connected to the main one, it basically stops you from accidentally breaking your board or having to reset it. Honestly, that's like an oversimplification of what it does, but that's basically what it does. And then we have our PCB here. This is our circuit board. I gotta actually like pry this open, but I'll do it in a moment because we don't absolutely have to do it right now. And I think that is it for this box. Okay, so some of these things I'm gonna put back, the stickers and whatnot, the JST cables and whatnot. What I actually need the most right now is these stabilizers, because we have to do stabilizers first. To explain what stabilizers are to anyone who does not know, they are basically what goes under the longer keys on a keyboard, specifically so that the keys don't wobble. So like think the space bar, your backspace, your enter, those are long keys, yes? So the stabilizers sit underneath them so that they don't shake or wobble when you press them. The idea for stabilizers is to offer stability. Okay, so being a goober like usual, I 100% forgot to grab a paper towel for doing stabs. So I'm gonna go do that. But in the meantime, I'm gonna take out other things that I need for stabs. And then when I come back, we'll go over what these are. Oh, actually, I might not need this. It depends. Let's see. Let me check my handy dandy tool drawer. Yes, I don't think I need this actually. And again, I promise I'll go over what all of these things are in a moment, in uno momento. I think that's probably everything. I have a lot of tools. Keyboards are all different, so like you have to figure it out. I think these are snap-in stabilizers. Yeah, they have to be because I don't see any screws. Okay. I think that's everything. Okay, so give me a moment. I'm gonna skedaddle and grab, I don't know, whatever else I need. I'm gonna try to make this a one-stop shop trip so that I don't have to get up again. So give me uno momento. returned. Okay, bye-bye. Love you all. Yes, we love you too, Lemon. Thank you. Okay. So I want to explain the general principle behind the board, but some of it will come together while I'm building it. So the general idea behind this board is that it's mounted in a specific way. So when we talk about keyboard mounting, we're talking about how the board comes together and how the circuit board and all of the internal components are attached to the case of the board or settled into the case in some cases. Now, most of these kind of are label on the tin in terms of just, I guess what we call them. So there are different mounting styles. There is gasket, which is, I think, the hardest one to understand because it's not as labeled on the tin. So in a gasket mount, basically you have foam gaskets. These are like little pieces of foam that are supposed to basically cushion the circuit board and the plate between the case. So the idea is that if the plate doesn't have direct contact with the rest of the case, it can be a little bouncier. There's more room for it to go up and down when you're pressing down on it. And it creates like a softer typing feel. There's top mount. And of course my internet is just like going crazy right now. It's only when I try to do keyboard builds that it be like this. So for top mount, basically you screw the plate directly into the top part of the case. And that's what keeps it stable. There are other types too. Burger mount is basically when the case doesn't make, or the PCB or the circuit board doesn't make direct contact with the case, but it's squished between so many things. It's kind of like a stiffer version of gasket. You're using all the other stuff in the case, like the foams and sometimes silicone and stuff, to sandwich everything in place so that nothing actually has to balance. And then there's stuff like what we're doing today, which is the O-ring build. An O-ring is kind of like a squishy, gummy, basically piece of like elastic almost that goes around the edge of the board. So the point of gummy rings basically like the prototype version of gasket. So people use the soft squishy O-ring, and that would be that blue ring that came in the package. They'll line it up all around the PCB once you have everything installed, and that's what offers bounce when you press down onto it. So that's what kind of build we're doing today. Like, this is kind of an oversimplification of things. There's like a whole history to how people came up with these things and stuff. But the gasket mount kind of branched off from gummy O-ring. They basically decided, like, well, what if we only put the squish in strategic places to get more flex or bounce? So, you know, like, the keyboard hobby is always changing, always doing new stuff. And I think that's pretty neat. Oh, shoot. Oh, my gosh. Actually, you know what? I don't need that exactly right now. I don't know if we have any new people hanging around in here who don't know what prepping stabilizers is about. But as per usual, I will go over it. So the TLDR is that we want to use this lube here to lubricate these pieces here before we snap these wires in. These wires are what do the heavy part of the balancing for the longer keys. And when we fit these housings, that's what we call these, the housings together, because these house the wire, so they're called housings. The idea is to lubricate these so that everything is smooth when you're pressing things up and down, basically. I feel like that's the shortest way to go about it. I don't want to give the long explanation in case like literally every single person has heard the explanation before. If you want a more in-depth explanation, just let me know in the chat. Time to get sussy. Yes, yes. We're lubricating all the things. We're sticking long, hard things into other things. So that's I feel like this entire hobby is sussy and everybody knows it, you know. You want everything to be lubricated and smooth. You want to stick things into other things. We're constantly tying and taping things down, trying to control the sounds that our keyboards make. Sounds like some BDSM to me, honestly. I feel like whoever came up with these terms did that on purpose. So I am going through this a little quickly. Usually when I give this explanation, I'll like take time to show the pieces in front of the camera and stuff. If anyone would like to see this, please let me know. But otherwise, I'm just gonna try to get through this quickly. My switches for this build, those are the little buttons that you press up and down underneath the keys, at least for a mechanical build. They all came pre-lubed, so I haven't had to do anything. Hello, Zeb. So yeah, we're just having a chill time. I like to listen to music and just sort of vibe out while I'm building boards. So if anyone has any questions, just let me know. Otherwise, just enjoy the music and have a good time. I like that this kit gave me stabilizers, though. That's pretty cool. Most do not give you stabilizers. I do want to make that clear. Most kits do not come with stabs. You usually have to supply your own. And they're all different kinds of stabs from different types of companies that have all done different things and tried their own methods for what could help reduce like kind of like rattling noises and ticking sounds and stuff. Pet. I've managed to convert several of my friends, both online and IRL, into being interested in keyboards. So at this point, I feel like whenever I get on stream to build something, they're just like hiding in the rafters, or even if they watch the VODs later, they're just like, I'm taking notes. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here are the steps. I did not think about keyboard building in terms of BDSM, but I do now. I think that's so funny because every time I have a Switch lubing stream, Kurisu makes the very obvious joke about making sure that your switches are well lubed for activities. Which, I mean, is true. You would want your switches to be well lubed for activities. Sussy hours only, you know. Anything is applicable with a bit of ingenuity and imagination, and sometimes extra lube. Yes, it is true. It is true. Okay, so this is the outer housing. These things go in the middle. So basically what we do when we lube these parts is we put them inside of one of these, and that creates like an action, kind of like a lack of friction because we're lubing them, so that these are what get pushed up and down when we are pressing on the stabs, basically. So I like to lube all the outsides at once and then lube these so I could just put them inside of the outer housings like immediately. I haven't gone over like exact steps for lubing because they're pretty self-explanatory. You lube the insides of these and you lube the outsides of these. You want the solid side to just have lube on this side, and then on this side, these are like the flat solid sides. And when you do this, very important, make sure that you don't have any globs on there. If you over lube something, it'll sound disgusting. It'll sound like your board is like jerking itself off when you type on it. If you over lube it, it'll be very squishy. Yeah, gotta keep the switches happy or they underperform. Not underperformance. I've actually seen videos. Whoops. I've seen videos of people who like overlubed their switches and their stabs for science. Sometimes if you have a stabilizer that is, oh my gosh, God, can I get this in here? I don't know. All right, here we go. If you have a stabilizer that is less than good quality, then you might want to overlube it just because it helps to cut down on the friction. But like some people just like literally glob them up, right? Nobody wants a keyboard that goes click. Yeah. Click. There's some videos out there on YouTube of people overlubing their switches so you can hear the sound difference. It basically sounds like you're mixing mac and cheese, and it's like, what the fuck? This is not what we want, you know? Oh shoot, you know what I absolutely forgot to do? I forgot to update my stream info to reflect that we are building this particular keyboard. I got caught up talking to you guys because you're such a good time. Okay. So let me take a moment to do that. No, I call yellow. Okay. We are literally doing it live. Also, oof, I think somehow I cracked my screen protector, which is not great. But that's okay. We are gonna roll with it. It is the screen protector that got cracked and not my actual phone. So we're gonna live. We're gonna live. Okay. Today is a build day. I'm gonna add Snake60 on here. Hey, we've done it. I do not currently have a noted emote. But noted. And then, by the way, I don't think I ever asked, is that a specific lube application brush or like a 00 art brush? This is a 00 art brush. I believe that there aren't really, I mean, there are some people that have branded brushes as specifically as like lube brushes, but they're basically just art brushes. And people use different ones. I like that it has a bulge for ergonomic comfort and control. Yeah, I got these off of Amazon. And I got them, it was like a pack of 5, and I was like, cool, I won't have to replace any for a while if the brushes get all, or if the bristles get all wiry. So that's, yeah. I like the grip too, because it's just, I don't know. It works better for how I do things with my fingers. Get in there. And now I'm paranoid that I didn't put these other 2 in the correct way, but it looks like I did. Yeah, okay. Yes, they're in here the correct way. There's been a couple builds where like I fucked up and I put these in the wrong way and could not actually get anything to snap in the way it was supposed to. So like don't trust I'm not gonna say don't trust me, but like no one is above mistakes, right? I've built like a lot of keyboards, still make mistakes. You can still not be paying attention or miss something or be distracted. That's why I always say it's important to have a build guide, no matter how many keyboards you've put together. Even some of the really big like keyboard streamers, they still will pull up a guide to make sure that they're doing things the right way, because it's just actually important. Not every keyboard is put together the same way. And I think they gave me just enough stabs for this specific board. So the TLDR is, usually if you get a pack of stabs, they'll give you enough to fill out a full-sized keyboard where you need more stabilizers. So like if you've got the number pad, usually you have like the long 0 and the long the long like plus button on traditional numpads. So you usually get enough to fill out a full keyboard. But some places offer, you know, like smaller packages, I suppose. And this is exactly what I need. So I won't have any left over, I don't think. Get in there. Oh, shoot. I picked up one I already did. Why? We're here just to suffer. It's not that big a deal, but you know, when you make a mistake on stream, it feels like you're the worst person ever. Like when I posted my acrylic board build, it's basically a keyboard that's made out of layers of acrylic that you stack on top of each other and then screw together. Because plastic is so... It's not like... I don't want to say brittle, but it's so delicate that it's hard to get like a block of plastic that's supposed to be as thick as what a keyboard will require and to just machine it all together. For polycarbonate especially, or acrylic, it's almost impossible to do that. It can really only be cut in thin layers. So stacked acrylic basically does that. And when I was putting that board together, oof, I definitely cracked one of the sides, just snapped clean through, man. Streamer makes mistake live, more at 11. It's true. And it's like reading it in your comment makes it seem so silly, right? Like obviously if you're streaming, you're doing shit live, so the mistakes that you make are live, right? And you can't edit them out. Like that goes by literally just saying. The literal thing there is it's live, right? So we all know the consequences of it being live. But that doesn't stop it from feeling like you're the worst, you know? Like, man, people are here for expertise. At least that's what it feels like. Okay. I think I forgot something else despite my hardest attempts to not forget anything else. Let me think. It was an intentional demonstration of incorrect technique. Yes. But see, that just reminds me of like my old professors in college. They would just be like, that I did that on purpose. That mistake on the exam, I just wanted to see if any of you caught that. I do think I forgot something. Yes. I have a set of screwdrivers that I want to use to balance these wires, and I will explain what I mean by that when I come back. So give me another moment. It'll be actually really quick. It's almost, actually, you know what? It's not even worth putting the BRB screen on. I'll literally be right back. And I'm back. Here we go. We love the it was on there for extra credit and none of you caught it, so none of you get it. Trash. Okay, so this is one of my screwdriver sets, and basically what I'm gonna do here is balance these wires / make sure that they're balanced. Now, what does that mean? It basically means you want these wires to be as straight as possible. When you lay them on a flat surface, actually, let me move this paper towel. When you lay them on a flat surface, you want there to be no, like kicking up. Like, so I hit this and I can actually feel the difference and hear kind of like a rattly sound. This side is fine. This side isn't. When I tap on it, there's like a rattly noise. I know you guys can't hear it because of noise filtering, but you can also flip it over on the other side. Sometimes the bar at the top is straight, but these are not balanced correctly or bent correctly. I will say the rattle is less on this side. So I think I'm gonna balance it like this. I have tools specifically for this. I feel so good about being able to use them finally. So basically the idea is to stick the wires in here and then tilt the side that you need to be adjusted up or down to try to control the rattle. So in this case, it's this side. So I'm gonna tilt it down just a little and then put it back here and test it out some more. So this side, fine. This side, still rattling a bit. So we're gonna do it again. And this is probably one of the most boring parts of putting a keyboard together. Outside of, I guess we'll call it, outside of lubing switches. Because lubing switches is, oh my God. These are switches. There are so many of them. Now you can hear it kinda? Okay. Oh shoot, that makes me wanna... That makes me want to check my filters. Did I remember to put them on after last time? Oh my God. Oh, nope, that's the wrong window. Oh my God, please. Okay, no, the noise suppression is actually on. Cool. So they didn't have a tool for that, Zeb, until recently. Okay, so now this side is okay, but this side, not okay. So basically, I'm just gonna go back and forth with this until I get a sound that I like and or can tolerate. You kind of want to do it bit by bit. Yes, that's perfect. And you want to make sure you put the wire on the side that you want it to actually place on the board on, so that you have the side that is flattest and most balanced. Now, hopefully some of these I won't have to balance at all. Damn. I can hear the rattliness. Okay. Now, it's easy to sort of think like, oh, no one's gonna notice. But what I can tell you is that if you don't adjust these early on, you will hear them. You will absolutely hear the rattle when you actually type on your board, and it's gonna sound really ugly. I mean, it's okay. This way we can hear exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. At least you can crack innuendos when lubing switches to pass the time. Not too much you can say about leveling bars. Yeah. Give it time, we'll think of something. Okay, so this side, yeah, this side's fine. This one's rattling though. So yeah, when I first started with keyboards, I definitely was one of those people that thought like, oh, well, these are better than any of the old keyboards that I've had. So I'm sure that like, this side's rattling now. I thought, I'm sure I'm not gonna notice. Once you have an ear for keyboard stuff, it just becomes worse over time. Like you can hear every little minute thing. You're like caught up in trying to see if reviews actually have the sounds they describe and things like that. It's a trap, you know, like I think the number one thing some people will tell you about the keyboard hobby is don't do it to yourself. Because once you get into it, you can't not be into it, you know? Once you have a well-tuned keyboard, you can't go back. Okay. We're so close. I feel like I'm so close. Like, don't get me wrong. I think that everyone can enjoy, the types of keyboard stuff that they have. And if you don't have an ear for perfection yet, I think that's a good thing. It means you can enjoy whatever keyboard you happen to have. But I'm too far down the rabbit hole. Every time I hear something that's just like ridiculous, then I'm just like, oh God, this is terrible. I have to try really hard not to like be too judgy about the keyboards of other people, because people are allowed to enjoy what they want to enjoy. What I like may not be what other people like. This one's being stubborn. Oh my God, that's so bad. I really want to try to get this as well as possible, but it's tough. That's like a little more even. At this point, so what I will say is, if you watch some of my other videos or VODs, if you know, the ones that are still up, I have less issues with some of those because those are different stabilizers that are kind of formulated to not be as bad. They've got innovative technology now that's supposed to stop the wires from bending like in transit when they're in the mail and stuff like that, which is really great. But when you have a set that comes with their own stabilizers, you just kind of have to work with what you got. It truly is just this one. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, we're so close. I feel like we're so close to having it. I've seen people have to like tinker with their stabs for like a long time. I'm honestly hoping that I don't have to. Also, this tool is a godsend for real, for real. I just want to say that, like, for the record. These were not like the most expensive, but they are definitely worth it. I'm glad that someone in the hobby was like, hey, you know what we need? Something for stabs. That's better, but not great. So close. I'm gonna cry. Nope. Hang on. I want to actually see if I can visually see the issue, because that does help sometimes. I can actually visually see the issue. Okay, this is probably the best that I've been able to get it so far. So looking at it, it did actually help. Okay. So this one's good now, but this one needs to come back just a tiny, tiny bit. It might be the middle wire, the middle part of the wire that's the issue as well, from what I can tell. I'm trying to make like very slight adjustments. Okay. Yeah, I think I was just kind of overpowering these. Like, I think my adjustments were just too strong. I think these actually just do their job too well, and I'm used to having to fight with the wire. Okay, that is acceptable. This is not perfect, but it's acceptable. Okay, this is the best one out of all of these so far. So this needs to be twisted just a little bit. Hopefully I can nail it this first try and not completely ruin it. So we'll see. Very slight. Okay. Very slight. I'm scared. Okay. I did make a very slight adjustment this time, but too slight, I think. Okay. I think we got it, boys. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. So close, so close. I feel like I'm overshooting it and undershooting it at the same time. See, this is a thing that I know I could spend a whole ass time with if I ever build my own board. I will sit there and try to make everything perfect. So I can appreciate that this is a thing that I can watch and be like, ah, yes, this is how you do the thing. I will say, yes. Oh, this is actually perfect. This is actually the most perfect bar. I'm probably going to put this on like the enter key. I wonder, this kind of makes me want to see if I can fix the other ones. It's so slight. It's off by just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, so like, I know that when people are watching builds, they just want to see everything come together perfectly. But the fact of the matter is that this sort of just takes time to do. There's no real, you know, like way around it. And I'm sure that if you've watched some other keyboard streamers, it's easy to just sort of, you know, feel like it has to be perfect. But I do want to note that there are other ways to deal with your stabilizers that will make it easier than what I'm doing. These are the stabilizers that came specifically with this board, but there are other ones that you can buy, like I mentioned before, that have like, they have other ways of being made that make them a little less troublesome than these. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, this has to be comparable at least, or I'm gonna adjust it again. No, okay, that's actually good. So now we have our space bar. This seems long for a space bar, so this is probably like a 7U space bar. Ooh, God, no. It's rattling on both sides, no. Okay, that's better. But that isn't better. Okay. So we're gonna try to adjust just this side. Okay, so just this side. Space bars are a little easier to balance, in my personal opinion, because you have this full length to work with. Still rattly. I think the issue in terms of like people trying to learn how to do keyboard stuff is that stuff in the keyboard hobby moves and develops very quickly, even though it's a niche hobby. So there are a lot of people and companies and groups doing their own things. And if you're new, it's hard to sort of know, like, so what is it that you go for? Okay, yeah, that's definitely wobbling. I don't like that. I don't like that. This is gonna be the bane of my existence, isn't it? Okay. Too much? Maybe. Let's see. Not too much. That is actually becoming better. Cool. So it's hard to know, basically, if you're a newbie, where to go, what type of stabilizers to get that'll make your life easier. And it's tough because what people will tell you in the hobby is, you know, everything can be done with like a little bit of elbow grease. And I agree with that. I think that if you want to take the time to learn how to do specific things, it's not hard. You actually just, it's kind of like when you're building like a VTuber model and people will suggest Vroid because you can kind of do whatever you want in that space. Like, yes, it's true, but how that works out for everyone is going to be a bit different, right? Some people want to put in that work, right? And some people don't have the time or don't have the like vision to do that. So they feel like they're being punished because the learning curve is so high and they just can't afford to deal with things that way. So, almost. Ugh, we're so close. So it honestly comes down to what you're willing to put in. I don't think that it's wrong to want the easier option, per se. It honestly comes down to what you can afford and what you're willing to do. If you can afford to skip some of the, you know, like rigging stuff and the I guess like the hard labor that you have to figure out to make some of this stuff work, then by all means, sure. But if you can't, you might have to get your fingers and your hands dirty, you know? Ooh, very close. Let's see how the other side is. Nope, the other side is worse. We're not going to do that. I think I haven't had to balance wires for real in like such a long time. But when I was first building, I had to do this so often. There was no... Man, I wish I had this tool back when I was first building my first boards. Crazy. Crazy. Would have cut down on the time by like half. Ooh, very close. This side's perfect now. It was rattling just a teensy bit before. But this is good. This has to be worked on still. What is going on here? And I think the issue might actually be the middle of the wire. I've been adjusting it bit by bit and trying not to bend it too much in the middle. But I do think that the middle is bent a little more down than it should be. And the result is that the sides are up. So I'm just going to try to do that just a little. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Ooh, that's almost perfect. Very, very close. Okay. And I do think that the issue is more so with the corner part of the wire than it is with the short end. I think that it is just bent down a little bit. So we're gonna try to bend this part just a little bit. And let's see. Okay, that's still good. Still something going on there though. Let's see. And then I want to bend this a little bit that way too. I'm so close to having this done. Nope, I feel like that made it worse. Oh no. Oh no. So basically, if you're trying to look at the spacebar and see if it is working correctly or in the correct position, you can put it on a flat surface just like I did here and actually look at it, like put it up to your eye and look. You can tell which bits are actually laying flat on the flat surface and which bits are not. And that'll give you an idea of how you need to bend it or shape it to get it to do what you want. And unfortunately, at least with like older space bars, the wires could just get bent in the mail, you know, like from being thrown around in packaging. Sometimes after manufacturing, even just them putting it in the box can be enough to bend it a bit. So when you get them, you're like, ah, shoot, how come it wasn't perfect out of the box? And it's like, you know, it'd be like that sometimes. You just got to figure it out. Metal bends, especially when it's this thin. Some types do anyway. Shoot. Whoops. I'm just going old-fashioned using my hands. I know I have a tool, but like, I feel like these, I have to figure out how to adjust my strength with them so that I don't go over too far. Ah, yeah, that's very close. Okay. And I mean, before these tools came out, which are very new, these are like very, very new. Like they were only released in the last month or so. They're from a company called GeonWorks. They release keyboards and they decided to do these accessories. Oh, that's so close. People would use like pens and stuff. It's like, it's so close. I feel like I'm always overshooting it in one way or another. Yeah, but people use like ink pens to do this. But these tools are much better. Okay, let's see. Just a little bit, a little bit. Okay, that side is good. That side is almost good. It's so close to being perfect. Okay, let's see now. Still, it's so close though. It's just the corner. It's literally just the corners, man. I'm sorry. I know that some of this is just like off camera, but I'm trying to hit the points that actually will benefit me the most to get this to sound good. Oh my god. That left side is gonna be like the bane of everything I hold dear. Like, why are we here struggling like this? Okay, let's see if I can get this on here and twist it up. I should be able to. Better, but not what I want. See, I feel like with the attention and care you give stuff like this, if you ever did sell boards, it would be so worth the money. Oh. Maybe. The problem is, so like I'm down to do like build services for people and like put stuff together. I just have to get like a PO box together so that people aren't like directly sending me things to my address, if possible. I think that would be the biggest hurdle for me. I feel like we are so close and I just keep borking it somehow. Okay, now I think it's too concave. Oh god. Oh god, I've ruined the whole spacebar. I've ruined it. I went too hard. Okay, no, this is better. I fixed that part at least. I fixed the right side. So now we're back to square one. Okay. It is directly this section of the bar that is not straight enough. It tilts up instead of down, and that is not great. My God, please. Sometimes when I'm putting a keyboard together, especially when I'm on stream, I want to look at my keyboard components and say, for real, while we on camera, you just gonna act an ass like this and make me look like this on camera? Like I'm talking to children. This is so me overworking something till I throw it off and have to start over. I feel like I got this. Thank you for the encouragement. It's just, you know, when I'm just working off stream, it's like, whatever. But now I'm like in front of everyone and God. So close. Okay, that is much better than what we had before. Okay. Yes. Okay. So now from here, the issue we have is just the angle of this side. I can physically see that that is the issue. It is the angle of this side. I don't think I'm going to get it like that, though. The surface is too low, so I don't have the leverage. So let's see. Did I make it worse? I did not make it worse. I'm going to try one more time, and hopefully I won't overshoot it. But for real, though, I mean... I feel like with any craft, like if you do any type of craft, you completely understand where I'm coming from. Okay. I think I overshot it, but only by like a little bit. A little bit. So let's put this back and see if we can figure this out. Just a teensy weensy bit. Nope, I borked it. I borked it. Okay, let's curve this down just a little bit, and then curve this down just a little bit. I think that when I'm twisting the sides, the bar being so long, with these being such precise tools, it bends the length of the wire. So I think it's easier to deal with this length of wire with your hands only. Not saying that the tool isn't useful, but you have to adjust very heavily to... You have to adjust very heavily to the... how hefty these are, because these are made out of metal. So the general idea... I'm moving off screen for a moment. The general idea is that because these are both metal surfaces, it doesn't take as much force to get things to twist or bend, which is fantastic, but it's easy to overshoot it for that exact reason. Again, so close. So the wire seems to be fine now, and it's just that corner. It's just that corner. Jeez. Such a tiny tick. It's just like a little itty bitty teensy weensy tick. I'm so close, guys. this music is like so happy. It does not reflect my current anguish. Oh God. So close. I almost feel like I'm never gonna get this. This is just like insane. Let me try the other side. Oh, on the other side, this is much better. This barely ticks and this very barely ticks. Let me take a look at it, because if the other side actually does what I needed to do, you know what? Might just take my dubs where I can get them. Teensy bit. Okay. No sound. Ooh, very tiny bit of sound. What is rattling on that left side? I need to know. Okay. I'm gonna try to do the rest of this with my hands instead of the tool and see if I can get it. Left side, now perfect. Right side, now ticking. Great. How is this not karma in some way? Oh God. Oh God. I fucked it up. I had it and I fucked it up. Normally, the spacebar is the easiest part for me, and I don't know how to feel about the fact that it isn't this time. Okay. Okay, here we go. Finally. Very, very slight ticking. Very, very slight ticking. I might have to take it. I might have to just accept the dub and just leave it where it is. I'm gonna flip it over and try it one more time and see, and if it's better on the other side. Yeah, it sure is. So I think I'm just gonna keep this. It's not exactly perfect, but it's close enough to perfect. Oh, shoot. I haven't done anything to this side. Why is it suddenly giving me trouble? It looks flat and everything too, so I don't understand where the ticking on the left side is coming from. Oh, it was so close to perfect. We're gonna try this one more time because I'm so close, and I want to believe. I want to believe that I can make this happen. That's better. That's got a slight tick still. This is so much better though. Okay. Okay. I believe we can do it. Very slight, very slight. Okay. Perfect. Oh my God. Yes. We did it, boys. We did it. That's good. I just didn't mean for Alexa to actually do it. The sound of silence. I've had to stop saying it on streams because it usually is not as harmless. Yes, progress. We've got progress. Again, I will say I usually don't have to fuss this much with my stabs because of the ones that I buy. I tend to buy stabs that have been formulated so that you don't have to struggle as much with the bars. But I think it's important to go back to basics sometimes and just, you know, get into your roots, if you know what I'm saying. I haven't had to tune a stabilizer like that in quite some time. Now, this is a separate kind of lubricant. It's called XHT BDZ. And it is a thicker lube. It's recommended by people to use on stab wires specifically because it's so thick it stays in place for a long time. So you often don't have to worry about the wires or like the lubrication like breaking up over time, because usually you have to re-lube your stabs once every couple years because, you know, like heat and environment, use of the board, or if you leave your board sitting for a while, the contents of the lube will sometimes like separate and it doesn't work as well anymore. So it honestly depends. But with that said, BDZ is what we call it for short, is known for staying put for longer. It's just something about the formulation in particular. So now I'm putting these stabilizer wires into the housings that I put together. Now there is a method to do this, but I feel like the zoom on my camera is not sufficient for showing you how to put these in. Also, Jesus Christ, my depth perception is like not doing me any favors right now. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Okay, can we snap this in? Can we not snap this? Okay, here we go. Okay, I think we got it, boys. I think we're in the home stretch. Hopefully it won't be hard to actually snap these things together. I do have a small update, Kurisu, specifically, because you were here for my last build. I kind of struggled to get the wires into the housings on the last stream. Like, it took a lot of effort. I was talking to someone on Twitter, actually, and they were explaining that with the specific types of stabilizers that I use for that last build, basically the tolerances were so tight that this lubrication, it was so thick that it actually gave lots of people problems in terms of putting their stab wires in. So it was not just me being a dumb putz. It was actually like a reported issue, which makes me feel better. It makes me feel slightly less dumb, you know? All right, one stab complete. Yeah, and I mean, like, apparently they've just exacted the tolerances for their design, like, so precisely that extra thick lube gives you problems. Even just the lube is just enough for the wires to be like, I don't know about getting in here, chief. Too thick. Oh my gosh. Let me get this on. I'm sorry. I was so concentrated on balancing the wires. I was like completely silent, basically. Other than fussing with the literal wires, though. I wanted to ask chat, have any of you started watching anything new recently? It can be like anime or a TV show or whatever. Or if you haven't, do you have like a mental thing that stops you from watching new things? Because I've met quite a few people, especially recently, that apparently like their brains don't work very well when they're trying to consume something new. And it's like very intimidating to them. They have a tough time. Oh wait, oh wow, let's see. I guess that's the thing. Like, it could clearly be not enough lube, but too thick can also be a problem too. Yeah, beat me too. Yeah. The things your hobbies make you say. Yes. should probably dollop some of this onto the top. Yeah. I have more fun when I'm watching anime with other people, specifically. But I do like watching stuff on my own too. I will say that sometimes it does feel like it takes a lot of energy to start something new because you're investing a lot of time and you want that time to like be worth it, you know, so that you don't feel like you're wasting it. I haven't started watching anything new, but that anime scorecard going around reminded me of a bunch of shows I need to actually finish. Instead, I've been reading new light novels constantly. Light novels are pretty good though. I feel like that counts. What kind of light novels have you been reading? Like what genre are they? Oh, I'm in the process of trying to read Liar Game. For watching, I was trying to watch the anime about the office worker who married an otaku blogger, but the inevitable I am putting this down to pick it back up later happened. And I have yet to pick it back up. Yeah, that happens to me too. When I decided to stream today, I considered actually not streaming and just trying to catch up on Chainsaw Man. But I'll be able to do that after. And I wanted to get this keyboard together. Oh god, okay. I want to snap this in without bending the wire too much. So if we could do that, that'd be cool. There we go. What is Liar Game about? And then Gumi says, watching the new Trigun with the wife. She didn't watch the first one. So I watched a couple episodes of that. I think that there's only a few episodes out right now. Maybe I think I missed like literally the first 2 episodes and I watched the second 2. So episodes 3 and 4, where they were dealing with a specific village without spoilers, and some bad things happened. But I mean, I watched the old Trigun, so it's not like I don't know what the plot is. How do you feel about Millie not being present right now? It is definitely more fun to watch anime with friends now that I've had a watch party for several anime now. Especially because, like, I'm a reactor. Yes, okay, but listen, we are the same. I am also a reactor. I know that some people don't like people talking when, like, they watch their anime or their movies or whatever, but I am a reactor. I'm like, oh, shit, what the fuck is happening now? What did I walk into? I got up to go to the bathroom for 1 second and everything has gone to shit. What is going on? Who is this motherfucker? Why do I care about them? I would like to know. Please explain. Oh, this person is pretty, etc., etc. And being in a group of people who also reacted like we all don't mind going back and watching things again is so, yes, absolutely. I binge shows because I can't stand waiting for the weekly drop and then I'm off to watching or reading something else. Or I've just read the book because I couldn't wait. So, same. I prefer to wait until things are done or close to being done before I watch, but I mean, I happen to just get sucked into Trigun, like Rumi was watching and I didn't have anything else to do, so I just sat and watched. And yeah, I think 5 or so came out today. Oh, okay. I might have to watch that. It's weird. I think they're trying to do the second half of the manga that the first anime missed. You know, I was wondering about that. I'm not sure though. I hope they bring Millie in soon because it's a little weird to have the Trigun series without her so far. But like fast forwarding the introductions. Yeah, it does seem like that now that I think about it. Okay, so Liar Game is basically the story about a young woman who lives her entire life 100% honestly and believes that other people should too. And one day she wakes up to a package on her doorstep with millions of dollars in it, which would be helpful to her as her father is currently in a hospital. The only problem is, by accepting the money, she's entered herself into the Liar Game, which is literally a game where you have to lie, scam, and cheat people out of their own money. Crazy. Millie isn't in the second half so much. Yeah, so, or at least not important. Yes, I agree. But I don't know. I think I just hadn't thought of it as them doing the second half of the manga, which would make sense. So now I have to think about that. Oh God, Yu-Gi-Oh! It's really interesting and I love it. But the problem is that they do that Yu-Gi-Oh! Thing where they explain everything. And I mean everything. So 2 characters will be standing there for 7 pages talking about how poker works. To be fair, Kakegurui also does that. Although I think it's a little more forgivable on their end because sometimes they add additional rules or, you know. And because I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fangirl and I must defend Yu-Gi-Oh! At all costs, I feel like when Yu-Gi-Oh! Did it, it was necessary because the game was like not a thing, at least in the first season. So when other anime do it, I'm often kind of like scratching my head like, but why though? We all know what this thing is. But you know, I guess technically that's a privileged point of view and there might be some people who have like heard of poker but like don't know the hands, so you got to prep your audience to be you know, in suspense for what's gonna happen. Last stab. I want to make sure I did not put any of these in upside down. I don't think so. As far as what I'm reading, they're mostly the new releases of Yen Press or the translations on J Novel Club. I have not. So like I've heard of J Novel Club, I know what it is, but I have not actually like been on there in quite some time. We didn't really get the backstory of the character introduced last episode until later in the manga. That's fair. It's been a long time since I've seen Trigun, so I would rather trust personally, I would rather trust the story than trust my memory of the story. So I'm not like so upset that I wouldn't watch it or anything. I like what they've done with the remake so far. Oh God, please go into the appropriate hole. Christ. I said the appropriate hole. Can we please just get into the hole you're supposed to be in? This hobby is going to drive me crazy. I just want my wire to go into the hole it's supposed to go into. Why are we struggling like this? What is going on? Okay, I'm actually going to take this apart to see what the fuck is happening. Because, like, what the fuck is happening? Nothing is happening. It's just not going in for whatever reason. So if we could just not be struggling this way, that would be fantastic. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, I'm actually gonna take this apart to see what the heck is going on right now. It doesn't look like there should be anything happening right now. Can this fit in here normally? Oh no. Oh no, there's like some weird extra material here? That's not great. Okay, I was able to poke through. Yeah, so I guess it just wasn't cut well. That's not great. But okay, we're gonna figure this out. I was able to force it through, so hopefully that will be good enough. That was mildly alarming. Probably need to put more lube on the stab housing too, actually. So let me wipe this off. Yeah, there are lots of people who don't know basic poker rules. I regularly explain them when I taught CSS. Can I post a link? Yes, you can post a link. It's from you, so it's fine. I mean, they do add additional rules, but also it gets to the point where like I want to see what happens next because like some people's lives are on the line and then I have to wait for 7 pages for them to finally stop talking. Yes, okay, totally understand. And then, oh, and by the time we get to the end of it, the tension is gone for me. Yeah, reading tension is different than watching tension. But it is a good manga. And I do recommend it if you don't mind older manga. That's fair. No commento. Injection mode error? Yeah, I think so. Ah, Novel Club. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, injection mode errors happen sometimes. I have not had it happen to me before, but that's, you know, it happens like that. It just means I'm gonna have to struggle to get it through, which is unfortunate. I'd rather that than to have to replace the whole stabilizer because, like, I don't know. It's part of how my brain works. I prefer when the things that were made to be together are together. I don't know. There's some part of my brain that just thinks like if I mix parts, then things won't work optimally. And sometimes that's true with some things, but it's not true with everything. So I know I'm just paranoid about it, to be honest. So am I gonna have to struggle to get this in here? Yeah, I am. Okay. Okay, here we go. We got it in there though. I am desperately hoping that this won't affect how this operates. That's what I'm concerned about. Dang, so I had it in there and then I pulled it out. So now I have to get it back in there. I don't think there's anything about that sounded say so. It just is what it is. At this point, I'm risking literally bending the wire. And my preference would be, oh God! It broke. It literally broke. What the fuck? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, hang on. I gotta actually, oh, that's terrible. That is actually not great. That is a no bueno. Fuck. That's just actually frustrating. Kurisu magical. What if he wants a book instead? I do not know how to proceed here. It is possible maybe I could switch sides and use the other side that snaps in because it seems to still be intact, the other side. So maybe I'm gonna try that, which is like super ghetto, but this is actually like my personal build and not like a customer build or something. So can I get this wire in on this side? Because if it snaps in on the side that works, then I'll just use it that way and see if it'll work. If it won't rattle to hell and back. Oh my God. This is very disappointing and sad. Okay, but it did snap in on that side. So I'm just gonna put this in on this side and we're gonna call it a day. Because this is just insane. This is like cursed. This build is cursed. Disappoint. I'm so sad. I cannot explain how sad I am about this. Okay. I got BDZ all over my hands. Oh, snacks. Someone pulled up the snacks command. Oh, damn, that sucks. Sometimes forcing it into the hole isn't good. It's true. It's true. But because of the injection mode error, there was no other way for me to get it in there. I mean, I guess I could have tried to cut it out with an X-Acto knife or something, but I could have risked also breaking it that way. We'll work with it. We'll roll. It does seem like this still will work the way it is. So we'll just have to see whether or not this side here is necessary for it to work. We'll test it, and if I have to rebuild it with other stabilizers later, I can and will do that. Okay, so we've gotten past this first phase, which took so long. I am so sorry. Need some jeweler's files? Yes. Oh my god. I haven't had to buy jeweler's files for literally any single keyboard. So I'm just sad, but I will actually put that on my list. Maybe I'll throw that up on my throne until I can grab it, because that's a good idea. That's actually a good idea. Hey, more content. You are so sweet. We're almost at 2 hours already. Oh no. Okay, here we go. Let me grab the PCB. So much wrestling. And this is where the build starts for real. Now this is a sealed container. I'm not used to PCBs having their own sealed containers. Okay. Well, sometimes a hole is small. Just the way some things are built can't be helped. Kurisu, please. Kurisu, please. Okay. Alrighty. So I'm just gonna go ahead and snap these in first, because this is just like the most devastating part of it. And I might try to test these to make sure that they'll go in there, or that they'll work correctly. Oh, come on. I don't want to struggle to get these in here. So let's squeeze. Yes, please go in the hole. We've already broken a stabilizer, so I'm not trying to fuck anything else up. I've never actually snapped a stabilizer before. I've had stabilizers that came without the parts they need on them, like the other injection mold errors, but they usually come with extras, so I haven't had to actually do anything with them. I could just say, oh, but this one did not come with extras, so. All right, there we go. You got that to snap in. I am so concerned about how this is working right now. I'm so concerned about this build. This was supposed to be easy. It doesn't even have any foam. It doesn't even have any foam. Did this not even go in all the way? Oh my gosh. It did not go in all the way. Why are we here suffering like this? Please actually go in the hole. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna pinch these and pull this out and then reorient it, because the top part is not settling in the way it's supposed to. And that's not great. What the hell is happening here? I see that this build is just cursed, honestly. And that's fine. It's not what I wanted, but you know, sometimes things become cursed and you can't do much about it. All right, so we got this back out. Cool. Can you get in here the way you're supposed to be? Jesus Christ. Okay, there we go. And these actually locked in fairly well. I'm trying to determine if I needed to have shims underneath these. feel like I kind of do. Shims are like little pads that go underneath your stabilizers, but these did not come with any. So my guess is that they wanted to sound like this or to have this little tiny gap underneath. I don't know. Really quickly, I'm gonna try to test this stabilizer, because this is the one I'm most worried about. I'm not as worried about the shorter ones. Do I have keycaps? I think. Ooh, that sounds so good. Actually, mango poppin' pearls are my favorite. Nice. That's what he said there. Did it once? Yes. I was going to ask, did it ship with extras? This one did not. This one did not ship with extras. Sag. Feels bad, man. Let's see. Now, normally, I mean, so you're supposed to QC along the way and test. So this is technically a step that I skip sometimes when I'm building just personal stuff. But normally you would want to check everything ahead of time. So like this is, it might seem extra if you've watched me do a build before. That is, This feels... Oh, okay, wait. Is this side on all the way? Okay. There's like barely any return. That's not good. It makes me feel like the BDZ is probably too thick. It does feel like it's too thick. That's, oh God. I don't have any other snap-in stabilizers though. That's not great. Yeah, I feel like this return could be snappier. It feels like I'm gonna have to replace these stabs. And usually that ends up being the case when it comes to stabs that things come with. Like, I personally prefer to have like my own stabilizers, but I really wanted to try these. Like, I really wanted to try these and like have them work. I am gonna turn the space bar upside down and see if it's any different. This ain't great though. This is not looking good for a start. And I do think that I might just replace them anyway, because yeah, that return is garbage. Like, that return is pretty bad. I don't like that. And the stab came out, right? Like, what the heck, man? This is kind of nutty. I don't like it. Hang on a second. I am gonna see if I can grab... Oh, come on. Come off the paper towel. I'm gonna grab another set of stabilizers and see if I have something comparable to this, because this ain't it, Chief. This is not it. At least for these space bars, this ain't it. This board just isn't feeling nothing. It might also just be the fact that the stab is broken. Like, that might actually be affecting it in some way. Really quickly, I'm gonna put in the stabs for the enter key and test if it's all of these stabilizers. So I need to know, do I need a whole new full set, or can I just replace the space bar and deal with that? Because if it's just the space bar, I might have something that's almost identical to this that I can use. Maybe. Perhaps. If we can get this in here and make it work. Come on, snap in stamps. Just actually snap in. Stamps. Snap in. I think the last time I had this much issue with stabilizers were just the ones from the last build, and that was just because they were tight. I have never had this much issue with stabs before. It's very frustrating, to be honest. Sorry about this very close-up view of my hands. Okay, cool. We got that in there, and okay, the second part, there we go. That went in really well, and there's less of a gap on these. So the question is, do I have an enter key that I can use? Probably not. Let's see. This is not an enter key, but it's the same length as one. So I should be able to put this on here. Okay. I'm gonna show this from the side. Nope, so that has good return. So these three are probably okay. It is more than likely just the space bar that's the issue, so I may be able to fix that. As much as it sucks when stuff doesn't work out the way we want it to, it's actually incredibly interesting to see this. Like, you don't see a lot of videos, or at least I don't, where something goes wrong, and then the person working out to see how to fix it, and seeing the troubleshooting process is just as valuable. I agree. It just doesn't feel great. Oh no, hand close up, make it stop. Said no one ever in this stream. Oh no, not a close up. Not a close up of Lumi's hands. 4K. Okay, so these seem all right. If it's just the space bar, I think I have a fix for this. So, give me one moment. Uno momento. Okay, I am back and I'm pretty sure I have a solution. So these are clip-in stabilizers. So they don't involve screws. Usually when I put in stabilizers, I'm using screw-based stabilizers. But I have leftovers from this one set from TX. This is the box. And I keep leftovers because I'm paranoid about needing them in the future. And I need these in the future. So I'm going to harvest the bar from these housings. I'm going to re-lube those couple ones and just use those housings. There is a small issue that I should be able to resolve. These are built for thicker PCBs. Some people make their PCBs thicker. Like the standard size, I think, is 1.6 millimeter. And that's what's on here. They tell you what size PCB it's meant for. But this is a thinner PCB. This is 1.2, I think. I think it's 1.2. In fact, let me double check that before I use. Basically, there's a small tool you can put on the back of these to make up for the extra gap. So I want to make sure that I know the size, the thickness at least, of this PCB before I get into it. I'm not going anywhere, but I just want to take a moment to look it up. So let's see. Snake60 is the name of this board. And let's see, the product page says I need more product details than just basic stuff. The website is like on post order mode, so it doesn't have the whole listing anymore. Unfortunate. But that's okay. I think I can find it still. Let's see. Snake60. We're going to search for keyboard and then PCB thickness. I think it actually is 1.6 millimeter. But I want to make sure. One last thing I can check is they have keyboard components, so they sell their PCBs separately. So I can check and see what their 60% PCB is like, if they have it. Kind of crazy though. Keyboard kits. I know that their 65 is 1.6, but I just don't know. Okay, cool. I got to the product page. Hot swap PCB, but can you tell me how thick it is, please? Please tell me how thick it is. That'd be great if you listed how thick it is. It does not tell me how thick it is. New parallel clip-in stabilizers do come with it. Yes, cool, great, fantastic. None of that tells me what the freaking PCB thickness is, please. It does not tell me. This is just depressing. Depressing! I'm gonna do a last ditch effort and check the build guide card and see if it's there. Can we scan the... Okay. Yes. Support center, blah, 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 blah. Build guide, blah, 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 blah. Getting started, resources, and blah, 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 blah. PCB stuff. Oh my god. Everything they have in here is for their other kits and not the Snake60 Depresso. Okay. So that was a whole thing. Not a close-up of Luby's hand, yeah. Flamin'! Let me just grab this and tell you how thick it is. Okay, alright boys, well we tried. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna install the rest of these stabilizers. I'm fairly certain that they work, especially because the last one seems fine. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna put the new spacebar stab in, and we're just gonna have to look and see how much room is left at the bottom to see if it snaps into place. If there's room, I'll just have to take it out and put the stab, I guess they call them shims, in between. Alrighty, cool. We got that in. Come on. Let me pinch you so you'll go in. Oh my god. It doesn't wanna. Okay. Whoops. I damn near hit the camera. Let me see them nails. There you go. These are the nails. The new desk cover is neat. Yes, I also like this new desk mat. I'm trying to put in the stabilizers on this. I'm trying to find a good angle for putting the stabs in is what I'm trying to do. All right, here we go. All right, stabs are in here for the backspace at least. And it looks like it's fitting pretty snug. Pretty snug. Let's see. I'm just gonna poke it once to make sure everything's in correctly. And it does seem like it is. Cool. So we're gonna put in this last one for the shift over here. And then we're gonna work on this spacebar. The spacebar has been the bane of my existence, Flamin'. It's been a time. It's been a time. It's been a time. The TLDR is there was an injection mold error on the stabs, which led to it being difficult to even get the wire in. And then when I got the wire into the stab, then it broke. It just broke. And now the stabs are giving me a rough time. I'm definitely down for stabs that are fitted to the board, but it just, I don't know, having to put so much effort into getting the stabs in scares me, honestly. I'm always wondering if I've done something incorrectly, or you're worried about putting too much pressure. Like, these are small, delicate parts, and you can get used to putting them in, but when you have to put in too much effort, similar to the space bar, you don't want to put in too much pressure. Okay, here we go. So that went in fine. This seems fine. I don't see any issues with these. These seem okay. So it's just this space bar we gotta work on, and we can do that. That means I gotta get my lubing tools out of here. We're doing some more lubing. It's only a little more though, honestly, so barely any. Not the hand send no one ever in here. Gonna lurk for a bit though. Got this new game I've been dying on playing. What is it? Please share with the class. Too thick and broke the abnormally small hole. So sad. Yeah, let's go, Lou. I put my brush back in here. That is exactly what I did. because I try to clean as I go sometimes. Okay. So we got these outer housings. Oh, and these are definitely the stabs that I had difficulty with getting the wires into, so this is also about to be a time. But these are the only ones that fit the same specifications or even close to what these other stabs are. So we're just gonna have to roll with it and do our best. All I wanted to do was build a keyboard. Now we're doing all this other stuff. So these are a different kind of stabilizer. The way that they go in is a little different. I do want to take some time to explain that at least a little. So basically the way that this is done is it's the bottom part that snaps in. So basically this is the bit here that snaps in. Let's see. I want to put it against that white background. Let's see. My hand might be light enough. Okay. So this piece right here is what snaps in. Now, normally this is done with 2 prongs. And there are, in fact, 2 prongs on this, but I think it's hard to capture it in camera. I don't have a macro cam. But there's 2 prongs literally right here, almost like a fork. You can kind of see the light shining in the middle there. So the idea is these squeeze together to go in the hole, and then they kind of have like these flares at the tip. So once they're in the hole and they're stuck in, the flares keep it from coming back out. Now this offers some extra stability by giving you these little plastic pieces to put in between the forks. And the point of that is so that there's no real reason for it to like come loose or to like rattle over time. It basically just offers some extra resistance. To keep things in place. That's the TLDR of it, honestly. So these stabs are different from the ones that I'm using. Just the method that they're used to be locked in place is different. And like I was saying earlier, people in the hobby come up with different ways to solve issues that people have. There used to always be tolerance issues with stabilizers. So the point of people trying these different methods is to attempt to find a better way to get stabs that work easier, especially for newbies who... I lost my grip on that completely. Newbies who aren't used to having to, you know, like rig and troubleshoot and mod every single component. Yeah, I feel like that's basically it. Okay, I'm gonna put some more BDZ. Yes, keystone, better word than I was gonna say. Yes, like a keystone. Yeah, the shim keeps the 2 tabs from being compressed and coming out. Yes. I think that most stabs don't have a risk of popping out. I think the issue is more so that the prongs aren't thick enough, so you end up with a lot of rattling because there's room for them to shake on the PCB. I think that's more so the issue. So the shims help to lock things in place. Since they go in between the prongs, it keeps them spread wide in the hole. Oh shoot. I think I don't know which side I was supposed to be. Oh no, this is just bad. Okay. I gotta test these again to see. Okay, it's definitely not this side. So I'm gonna double test the other side. Yeah, okay, it's definitely this side. All right, here we go. Whew, I'm glad that didn't take as long to figure out. So here we go. Now let's see if we can... All right, cool. That went in pretty easy. Perhaps the keyboard gods are finally smiling down upon me. This humble fae who only wants to build another board to use in her home. Oh God. Oh God, please. Please, gods, have mercy on me. Yes. Okay. So now that we got this, we're gonna just put these in here. Like, fucking Christ, man. Who thought that building a keyboard could be so hard? I just want to exist, and I want to be able to use my boards. I wonder if, like, gods ever had somebody just, like, pray to them, or a god, rather. Just saying, like, okay, listen, can you just let me have this? Like, people are watching, okay? Like, can you just let me have this? Like, can you just come through for me so I can look good in front of my roll dogs? This seems like it fits flush. I am not seeing a lot of movement, so this is probably the correct width for this board. I thought this was 1.2, but I'm not gonna complain. Not gonna complain. Not gonna complain. It won't be me. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm sure. Reminds me of a joke I'll tell you later. Oh no, you don't want to share it now? Is it too lewd for the class? Oh shoot. We're past the idea and possibility of me looking cool this stream though. I've struggled so much already. We're like, I feel like we're almost 2 hours, or I'm sorry, 3 hours in. 2.5. Okay, that's not so bad. I'm not gonna say wasted, but I haven't floundered for as much time as I thought I had. Please go in. Nope, you just didn't want to do it. It's not lewd, just trying not to take focus off you on your stream. Oh, you can if you want. This is a fairly small group. I'm fine with it. No one else has to engage if they don't want to, but I'm fine with it. Okay, yes, I think this is acceptable. I don't think these come up any higher than these other stabilizers, so this should be okay for this stab. I'm gonna test that keycap though, or test the space bar though, because I need my space bar to do the up down thing. If it doesn't, we're gonna have some issues, you know. Okay. Yes. Yes. We're just gonna... Yes, we have up-down movement. All the struggle wasn't for nothing. Okay, so now that we have the stabs in, we're on the easiest part of the build. This build is actually fairly simple. There are no extra foam layers or anything in this board. Oh, we love the up and down. Oh, especially while you're busy, focus on making sure you're fitting the thick stabs into the board safely. It's okay. All right, so this is the plate that came with the board. It's supposed to be oriented this way. Okay, so it looks like the things are thinging. The fit is fitting. So I'm gonna start putting these on the modifiers first. So that's these long keys. There's no foam or anything between this. I do want to note for anyone who's like not familiar with the keyboard hobby, this is like a big deal. There's like a whole big thing between people who are like, back in my day, we didn't used to make keyboards that were meant to go with foam. It sounded good on its own without foam. And there are new people who are like, okay, but like, listen, if you like the sound of the board, then does it really matter if it was meant to have a board, foam in it or not? Like, if you build your board to have foam and sound good with foam, then what's the problem? Oh, whoops. Oh shoot, I think I need my fork. Because this is like not... Because there's no foam in between, the plate is gonna sink down instead of staying upright like that. I have a switch fork specifically for this, so I'm gonna try to grab it and make it work. So basically, the top housing of the switch, you want to have flush, there we go, flush to the plate. So the plate is supposed to look kind of like this. Hang on, I'll show you as soon as I can get it situated. Kinda. I feel like this is still down a little bit more than I... Okay, there we go. So basically you want your switches to be seated like this. So like there's the clear top on these switches, and that marks the top of the housing. So it fits into the bottom housing, but there's this border literally right here. You kind of want this plate to be sitting right under where the top meets the bottom. If it's sinking all the way down, like if these two pieces, the plate and the PCB, are touching, then it's way too low. So for example, this side came down. So you can see the switch is like at an angle here, and it's not situated properly. So you want to make sure that your switch is situated in the socket properly and that the plate is also situated properly. It can be hard to keep everything in place when you don't have something in between, but that is why I am gonna get my switch plate fork thingy. I'm pretty sure I have it in this drawer over here, my handy dandy drawer. I just gotta dig into it and figure out where the fuck it is. I haven't had to use it for a few builds, so it's probably buried in here. Oh, what the heck is this? The top to some snack I was eating during my last stream. Okay, so we've got a little bag. We've got an O-ring from a different keyboard. See, I just be tossing all my spare stuff in here. We've got a single hole punch. We've got some ASMR goodies. Some like brushes and things that are supposed to be making the sounds. Ah, here we go. My switch fork. My supply drawer just has a million things in it. Okay. So the idea behind this switch fork is that you put it in between here and it acts as like a stopper to keep everything in place while you're putting your switches in. So for right now, I'm just gonna put in the space bar. Is it actually in all the way? I don't think it is. There we go. There's a snap. There's a snap-it-to-snap sound. So now we're gonna put this fork. Actually, I'm gonna leave it here, just because I just need the height difference, so I can put this into where this other modifier goes. And then, oh, you know what? I think I've made a mistake. I did want to have the space bar in just to do it, but I should probably do the ones above it first. And then we'll put this back in. That way I can have this thingamabobber reach up and do this row. I'll just do this row first because it'll make it easier for me. Oh, nope. I lied. I'm a big liar. I'm a huge fucking liar. Oof. the space bar wire stops me from doing that. So I actually have to go from this side anyway. I have to go from this side. So we're gonna do these 4 switches and then we'll move on from there. I'm gonna pour some of these out here so I don't have to reach that far. There's more than enough switches here for this board. I have like 90 switches in this batch. These are Tecsee Coral switches, like The Walking Dead. Coral! So the goal of using these was entirely because they match the case of the board. And I'm hoping that because switches are made better now, they'll sound good even though they have clear tops. So we're doing our best here. So like, yes, if you peeped that these were a similar color to the that these were a similar color to the outside of the board, you are absolutely correct. That is 110% why I bought them. I can't even hold you up. I will be very sad if I put them in this board and they do not sound good. Will be very sad. I learned when I first got into the hobby that it is not a good idea to match your switches to your boards because different switches are made of different things and they sound different ways. So if you're just matching things because they look good, you might end up with something that looks nice but sounds really terrible. And I definitely had a couple boards that I had to like break down and reassemble just because they honestly sounded really bad with the switches I put in there. The different materials interacting with the case, it just wasn't great. Okay, let's see. I don't have the fork here, but I'm hoping I can get that in there without too much fuss. I would have broken like 15 nails by now. Acrylics have saved my life when it comes to keyboards because it's just like, man, what I can tell you is that they are sturdier than my normal nails. Reminder for anyone who's looking forward to building their own board in the future. If you are putting in hot swap switches, you want to make sure that all of your pins are matched up and aligned. And you want to make sure, so like for example, we've got, moving just a little closer. When you're putting a switch in, moving the switch thing. So you've got these two, which are your hot swap pads right here and right here. And then you have your big hole here, and there's usually 2 small ones here. So these correlate to the bottom of your switch. So you have these 2 pins, and then you have these 3 that go across. So you want to make sure that they are aligned when you're putting them in. And on top of this, you want to support your switch sockets from the bottom. So like while I'm putting these in, my hand underneath is finding the socket and pushing it up while I push the switch down. The hot swap sockets, I think, are glued on actually. And as a result, you can actually push them out by applying too much force to your switch. It also helps if you have this laid down on a flat surface. So if you've got this laid into the case of your board already, or some people just do it flat on their table, they'll literally just do it that way. I only don't do it that way because I am perpetually afraid that because the sockets have gaps in between them for the PCB, I'm just perpetually afraid that having something underneath it won't be enough. Lots of people put their switches in just by having their PCB on a flat surface and then just literally snapping them, like just pushing them in until it snaps. So there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just very paranoid. I know myself and I just don't. I somehow trust myself to, I trust myself to have the worst luck ever and just have issues. So I just try to be extra cautious about that. This switch is not going in. So I probably bent a pin on it or something. Nope, that's not it. Well, we're gonna try another one anyway, just to make sure. All right, there we go. That one took a little extra effort because it was right at the edge there. Because this is a 60%, I think 60% have between 61 and 64 keys. This is a pack of 90 that I've had here. So I don't actually think I'll be using the majority of them. Here we go. Good old switch fork. And if I recall correctly, this is like a 3D printed switch fork, I think. So there's a store that just sells these. Let me make sure this is pressed in there the way it should be. It's not snapped all the way in. Sag. There we go. I don't know if you guys can hear the snaps on the mic while I'm putting them in. Some switch plates don't require a snap. It kind of just depends on how it all fits together. When you get the first switch in properly, it'll set the tone for how the rest of them will fit in. If the tolerances are really tight, you'll usually want to hear like a snap when you get it in there. Some that are a little looser fitting, or if they're like made for more like universal switches, so they can fit all types, sometimes they'll be a little looser, and what you're looking for in those cases is just the feeling of it moving into the socket. I can in fact hear and enjoy the snaps. I'm glad. It kind of reminds me of like bubble wrap, but like a harder texture. Okay. Now that we're in the easier part of the assembly here, there was something that I actually wanted to just kind of like discuss randomly. Can I get this into the slots? No? Are the gaps too tight between the switches? Oh, maybe. Oh, shoot. Disappoint. Okay, well, it should maintain the space anyway. We should be all right. Man, so I've seen a lot of discourse around the new Forspoken game. And like the writing for the characters, particularly the main character. And I think it's kind of ridiculous. Oh, does this accept stepped caps lock? I think it does. Hang on. I need to know if this keycap set actually comes with stepped caps lock. Step caps lock is the caps lock that literally looks like it has like a higher portion and a lower portion. It literally steps down. It was on Roland's, the other keyboard had my coffee board has a stepped cap. So here is the step cap. So you have this upper portion here, and then it literally steps down here. So I think this supports it, but I don't think this keycap set that I'm gonna harvest from another board of mine actually comes with step caps. Let's see. Okay, so we have a second caps lock. It does have step caps. Okay. Might do step caps then. Dang. I think I'm gonna do step caps. So this one would go in upside down. I do want to note, this is a thing that you kind of learn over time. You can tell like what features a PCB has by how the holes are cut in it. That just sort of comes with like experience, looking at what other people can see and taking a look at what different boards look like when you get your hands on them. I'm so having you supervise, watch, advise, make fun of me when I do that dactyl build. Yes, they are a pleasant undertone between your... Oh, thank you. Okay, I think... Oh my gosh, my chat just like scrolled and like skipped all of these. Okay, as someone who is knee-deep in the Dragon Age fandom, I'm not surprised by the discourse at all. It's dumb and I don't agree with most of it, but I am not surprised it's happening. So I did watch a playthrough of the game, I will say. So like the criticisms that I think the game in general has, I don't agree with. But having seen actual gameplay, without spoiling anything for people who may want to play the game, because I do think that the game is worth playing. Some people were saying the game was too easy. I don't quite agree with that. I think that some games are just made with different audiences in mind. So if you don't like a simple battle system where you just sort of spam things or have like simple combos, then you're just not the audience for the game. So that's kind of boo-boo. I think that those thoughts are boo-boo. However, I will say that the criticism of the writing in terms of the main character, I do actually agree with. I think that they set you up to think that there was going to be more progress in the main protag's personality than there actually was displayed in the game through the plot. And I can see why people would be disappointed in that. With that being said, there's a part of me as a writer that kind of also wants to say that some people are not likable people, and they are just sort of the way they are. So while I do think that there's a marketing component to having a protagonist that people can actually like, I don't think that it's necessarily wrong to have a character that is a little abrasive and selfish, and just stays that way. I think there's something to be said about the expectation that we have for characters to develop over the course of a game. And I do think that if you set up the expectation for that, then you should deliver that. But I don't know, video games makes it hard because people assume that there's going to be development over the course of the game. But sometimes games are just about people just being who they are and the journey that they go on, even if they don't change. Yeah, exactly. Like the stuff about the game purely comes from people who like have literally just been doing challenge runs on Elden Ring this whole time. Yeah, the game isn't easy. You're just used to complexity now. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I think that because I'm an older person, I can harken back to the types of games that I used to like as a child. Like the SNES is my favorite console, hands down. So many games, so many different experimental type concepts for stories and world building and stuff that was out during that time. I love that shit. But what I'm not gonna do is pretend that those games were uber complex or difficult. I love Donkey Kong Country. One of my favorite games. Absolutely. But I'm not gonna pretend like it was a complicated game. And I don't think that being a simple game is bad. For people who enjoy like Ashura's Wrath, that's a not like new game, but a newer game than SNES anyway. That also have very simple repetitive controls. And again, I do think that if you're going for like this game is like a masterpiece balance of like complexity and simplicity kind of thing, you can criticize that. But I think there's a difference between criticizing and saying like the game ain't shit because it's like not complicated. I'm not gonna say like Elden Ring, because I don't think that everyone criticizing it wants it to be like Elden Ring. I think that there's just been a lot of games saturating the market that have catered to them, so they just want more games that do, and they're holding it against the ones that don't. But that's still not great. That writing though, you know, I can see why they would want to have a game where the pro tag kind of stays the same, but I think that it's people expect hero's journey storytelling themes from games these days, and that involves development. So unless you tell people, you know, that you're just following this character and there's not much development in them, it's more about like, because you know, they could have released like interviews with the producers or something and said it's less about her development and more about just the journey that she goes on physically through the realm to figure things out and solve the mystery. They could have done that, but they didn't. I would argue that the God of War series, the OG God of War series, was definitely a game series about a man who didn't change his personality through the ordeal that he went through. He was spiteful and angry the entire time because he decided that nothing mattered more than his revenge in various ways. It didn't really matter which specific revenge he was pursuing, but that is what he wanted. He wanted revenge, right? And people really loved that game because of the gameplay, but they weren't as hard on Kratos as a character. Most people weren't, as I feel like they are on the Forspoken. I keep wanting to say Forsaken. The Forspoken main character now. Like, I think the criticism is fine. I'm not saying you can't criticize that aspect of the game, but like the vitriol, my God, you know? I feel like there's just a lot of things coming out at the same time that have the same problem. So people are tempted to kind of like react in more and more like escalating feedback. But you have to remember that each thing that comes out is its own thing. So like if you're going to critique it, just critique it and not don't let your feelings from the other things you've been disappointed in like show up and show out for you, if that makes any type of sense. Okay, so now I want to test these keys. This is basically empty, so I can actually toss this. I overshot the trash can. I will fix it later. Okay, so to test this, I'm gonna set this up here because I need to put that back what the original packet was in. To test this, I have to hook up the daughter board cable. So basically there's a cable that goes in here and it's gonna connect it to where the USB-C comes in. So I'm gonna do that now before I put this into the board to test that these keys work before I even assemble it. I literally have the same thoughts more or less. I haven't seen a full playthrough of the game, but I've seen enough of the character to be like, yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, I mean, she's not great. She's not great, you know. She's believable. But the unfortunate thing here, I think, is that believable does not equal likable, you know? So it's kind of like a back and forth. I think that people do expect their protagonists to be likable, so I don't want to say that it's wrong to have a main character that isn't, but you're not doing yourself any favors with your demo, you know? People want to feel like they enjoy the characters that they are watching to do things. And I mean, I completely understand. I felt very similarly about, and this is kind of a hot take, I felt very similarly about Legend of Korra. I'm not a big fan of that series because I don't like Korra. I don't think she's very likable. And more importantly, she's not even a type of dislikable that I can jive with, where like you're just a despicable person. Like, I just find her very annoying and frustrating to engage with. Okay, so we have the JST cable in. So let's plug this in. Nothing popped up, but that doesn't mean that it is not working. Let me actually open up some stuff. Hang on, I'm gonna take the camera away real quick. I just didn't want to have to force you guys to watch my arms come across the the page. Okay, yes, this keyboard is reading. Let me go ahead and give you guys the camera back. So yes, all of these are working. Let's test the rest of them to see. Plus, oh, this backspace isn't working. That's not great. These are all working. Oh, backspace worked for a second. Why is this? Why is this the backspace? That's not right. That's not correct. That's not correct. I just actually have to change that. That's crazy. So maybe this wasn't coded correctly, or it was coded for, it might have been coded for ISO, which is like how Europeans have their keyboard set up. Let's see. Shift works. What is this? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna clear this just to make sure I'm not a crazy person. Okay, so whatever this is, that's not working. This is also not working. That's not great. So now I want to know. Frick, this is the backspace. This is gonna just mess me up. I'm trying to like, okay. Let me figure this out. I'm gonna look at the layout and see what these buttons are supposed to be on like a built version of it. Okay, so these are supposed to be control, but they might not be assigned anything at all. And then, for whatever reason, this is coded as Windows. Okay, so this is Alt. This is Windows. I'll probably swap those. Okay, so now control is working. Okay, all right, now it's working. I don't know why this is backspace, so let's fix that. Oh, shoot. I have a timer on my light, and I always forget. Literally, I always forget. Okay, so let's, oh my God, this is, whoever did this is a madman. So this backspace right here is coded as the tilde, and no, what? What is happening, dog? What? That's crazy. Okay. That's kind of crazy. Yes, I need the full backspace. Yes, thank you. This is a full backspace. Okay, and then I need this key to be the pipe key right here. Because that's insane. This is what kind of madman did this? Okay, so they put this as the reset key, which is kind of crazy to me. Let's see. Is there a reset key that I can grab? User? No. Macro? No. App stuff? I just need the reset key. I need to be able to put the reset key here. Whoever configured this, crazy person. This is an insane person. Remap required. Yeah, absolutely. This keyboard was brought to you by the creators of A Little to the Left. Yeah, that's ridiculous. And then let me read what you were saying, Zeb. It's funny because I'm just harsher on horror movies for that more than games. For a game, it's like, yeah, whatever. I don't have to like everyone in this game. But in horror movies, I will in fact get insulted if you're making me root for a character I don't like. Yeah, for me, it depends because like, I don't know. I try to keep an open mind about this sort of stuff, right? Like, obviously, you're in the vehicle of the main character, right? So I can definitely understand if people are like, okay, here we go. That's the reset button. I can definitely understand if people don't want to be in the shoes of someone that they hate, right? It doesn't bother me personally, but I try to keep an open mind for people, you know, like it depends on like if the story is trying to sell me something about the main character being likable and they are not, then I have an issue. If the story is not trying to sell that to me, then I'm much better about it. Okay, so we got the backspace, we got the pipe. Everything else works as intended, I think. This is supposed to be the function button, and it does work. This is control. This is Windows. I gotta change that. Windows has to be on this side, and Alt has to be on this side. I don't know why people do it differently. Not that you can't do it differently. I'm not saying you can't do it differently. I don't understand it. Okay, and then space. Okay, I think I've made all the changes to this board that I need to. I'm sorry it took longer than usual. Usually I'll put the window up, but I'm not gonna lie. I just didn't want to reconfigure the source. I've had you guys sit here for so long. Okay, so let me unplug this. I'm gonna use my... Did I put this back? I sure did. I did put my tweezers back. Why would I do that? Okay, so this is probably the major work to be done with this board. At this point, I'm gonna grab the O-ring. And we're gonna have to see how that fits here. So, it is nearly time. It is nearly time. I think... Oh, yes. Okay. I see. I'm just gonna set this here for right now. We've got to put this cable here. I want to make sure everything is in there aligned the correct way. Yeah, okay. We gotta align more things with more holes. Because we are always aligning more things with more holes. Now, I need to know, does that actually show? Yes, it does. Okay, so this is laid down the correct way. We are almost there, my guys. Very close. Yeah, that's fair. I guess for me, it's simply that even if I'm supposed to see myself as the main character, I don't usually make that connection. I also don't. And I feel like if you are a writer, it's difficult to make that connection because you know the process of writing. And you know that even for characters you're supposed to sink into, it's kind of like, yeah, we're supposed to, but I know that a person was probably trying to communicate a specific message with this character. I think that just from the writer, if you're a writer, it's hard to pull away. The character is their own person. I'm simply watching a movie. Yes, I view things like that as well. But I try to take that bias into consideration when I do, because not everyone does that. Okay, question. What the heck are these? Are these supposed to cushion the... Okay, hang on. I actually have to consult the build guide about these because I don't know what the heck these are supposed to be. What the heck are those? I have no clue what that is. It's very rare that I find a game where you're supposed to be the main character and I actually do that. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. So, looking at this build guide, let's see. Snake60 build. There's a couple people who have done builds, but not many people. I don't know if anyone goes into depth about how to put the PCB together. There's a lot of configuration stuff. I don't know if they're gonna give me. I don't know if they're gonna give me what the heck we're supposed to be doing with these things. I mean, my assumption is I would use them to cushion the top and bottom of this. But there's also a part of me that's like, but what if that's not what they intended? So what are you doing? I'm not sure. This is kind of trash. I feel like if you're gonna put something special like that in a box, because these are not typical gaskets. This is not like a thing that people are used to having. So we're just kind of out here right here. And the build guide like literally does not address it at all. Hang on just one more second while I wiggle my fingies. There's nothing. So usually they have build guides that show you how to do everything one by one. But I think that this just sort of assumes that you know how to do stuff for their keyboards, because this isn't their first rodeo. But I don't know. This is my first parallel product that I've put together. So I'm hoping that someone else addresses this like in their build guide so I can actually see what the heck you're supposed to do. I don't know. I might just go without it. I'm thinking I might just go without it because this seems very unessential. Like, I'm sure maybe I'll like put 2 on the side or something. I'm not sure. I feel like it's probably unnecessary though. Worst case scenario, I can always take this apart if I feel like it's not settled in right. And I feel like it's settled in perfectly, to be honest. So I think I'll put these back in the bag and we'll consider these optional, like in case something is misaligned. Of course, that means I would have to know. I think this was the bag. So usually with daughter boards, you just screw them in. Like you just screw them in and that's it. There's like nothing else that you bother to put on there. That's it. And I can see why someone might decide to add little pads to it if you don't want it to chafe against the rest of the case or something like that. But you would have to tell a motherfucker that's what you want them to do, you know? Okay, this is too big for those. Frick. If I end up having to reinstall them, it's not a big deal. I honestly think it's probably like a just in case there's something misaligned, or if you've done maybe like mods to the board or something like that. We'll see. If I end up needing to put them in there, then I'll do that. Oh man, I really like this song. This is a good song. All right, here we go. Yes, this is perfect. Perfecto. Now, from what I've heard, when you're installing the O-ring, it's easy to mess it up, the actual installation, You can have the switches scratch around there and remove some of the paint. So we're gonna try really hard not to do that. Is this not screwing in? Is this not aligned with the hole? It is not. What the heck? Okay, let's do the tops first, so maybe it'll align the bottoms. And we'll do it that way. Okay, so that went in perfectly there. I just want to make sure I'm not like crazy. Yeah, it does seem like the screws are not super well aligned. It's a really tight space, I will say. Maybe it would be better to do the bottoms first before the tops. We'll see. Like maybe if we do the bottoms, it'll push it up to where it's supposed to be. We'll see. Yep, okay. Yep, oh shit. Shit! I did get that in there though. And it looks like the other hole is better aligned because I did that. So fantastic. We're gonna chalk that up to a W and finish this up. I'm so glad I did not scratch the bottom of the case. Oh my gosh, this still doesn't want to go in though. All right, that's better. That's better. I know there's gonna be like some tension, but it's like, dang, my guy, can you at least screw in there? I feel like it's still not all the way in. It is not all the way in. And I don't like want to strip it, so it's kind of like, Okay. Here we go. I should be able to get this last one in, and we should be all good, son. All good. Okay, cool. So everything's in there. Nothing's coming out. So now we get to place the O-ring. So this is the moment of truth for me. I have never done O-ring before in my life. So from what I understand, we just want this to fit in these in-between sections here. And we want to make sure that it all fits the way it's supposed to into these grooves in the PCB, between the PCB and the plate, basically. I just have zero experience with this, so this is like the most scary part for me. And just making sure that it's tucked where it's supposed to go, I suppose. So from what I can tell, ideally, the tension from this being pushed back by these sections, these blockers here, is supposed to even out the tension from this not aligning 100% with these stabs. So we're gonna see how that works, I guess. We're gonna see how that works, I guess. So now that I have this O-ring on here, I'm gonna connect this here so that everything can actually turn on. I might have to use my tweezers to get this in, but we'll see. Nope. Let's try one more time before we... Frick. No. No bitches. Shoot, where did I put my tweezers? Don't tell me that I literally put the... Did I put them back literally in here? Maybe I just can't see them. They might have rolled like underneath the... Oh, they're right here. I'm blind is what it is, but that's cool. I have many spudging and pushing tools, so we're just gonna grab another one from the back and try to make this work. So let's see. There we go. Hey. Okay. Now, from what I understand, the easiest way to get this in here is to put this here. It says the top third of the case here. And then you want to ease the rest down and try to avoid the... Oh, shoot. Hang on. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, fuck. I can hear it starting to grind. Okay. Okay. So, top third of the case to bend in the O-rings, right? And then you want to be careful about how the switch pins go into the edge of the board so that you don't scratch. Oh my God. And then from there, you just press down and make sure it's all good. Okay, there's some flex, there's some play there. I think I may have installed it successfully somehow. I'm not sure, but I think I did. I've never seen that before. This is my first time doing it, so I'm, I was scared, y'all. Interesting how that also works as a tensioner. Yes, exactly. So like you can still see the O-ring in between here, and in the gaps for the blockers as well. You can still kind of see it a little bit, although it's more so by the space bars since that's where the gap in the PCB is. But my God, I think I actually did it. Holy fuck. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. I don't think it's at the correct angle with this camera for you to see that it can press down, but it does actually press down quite a bit. So yes, I think I did it. I think I did it correctly. So this has a little bit of flex. I am shocked. I am shocked. Okay, so now that we've done all of the hard parts, we can just put the keycaps on this bitch and consider it finished. That's so cool. Yeah, I like the innovation in the hobby, to be honest. I think that it's really cool that people come together and decide different stuff and test what works. And, like someone clearly had to prototype this and figure out whether or not they thought it was gonna work well, or, like what have you. So that's just interesting. And one of the other boards, the other board besides the huge Hercules chonker that I have, is also O-ring like this one, but it's a 65, so it has arrow keys. Oh shoot, that reminds me, I have to configure my arrows. Hang on, let me actually do that before I... Let me do that before I do anything else. I configured the shit that didn't make sense on this board, but not the things that make sense for me. Let's see. On the second layer, I want WASD to be my second layer arrow keys. I see you saying it's gorgeous. Give me 1 second and I'm gonna catch up with what's going on in the chat. Because right now, this is crazy. I can't believe this. How you gonna have... All of this stuff doesn't make any sense to me. Where they do not have the up, down, left, and right on the WASD. They don't have that at all, man. Crazy to me. It doesn't make any sense. We're definitely putting up, right, left, down on WASD, so. Because it just doesn't make sense to do it any other way, in my opinion. I don't have a second function key. Normally, I would do a second function key for page up and page down and whatnot. Huh. I am unsure what I should do for that. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it for now. This is why I don't like 60%, to be for real, y'all. I'm missing too many things. I need the little extra cluster so I can do so. Like, I don't need full navigation, but I need a little navigation, Okay, let's see. Those blocks essentially serve to add tension, making the O-ring also act as a spring clip to hold the board in place. Yes, that is exactly it. You clearly know some level of engineering that I am bad at articulating in general. I've seen that in other systems, but it's my first time seeing a keyboard like that. Fascinating. Well, the other board I have to put together is also an O-ring, so you guys are going to get a double dose of that unless I build the Hercules in between. Gummy O-ring is actually a fairly popular mounting style. So there's quite a few boards that use it, and that some people prefer that to gaskets because they feel like it's more stable. Can I just say that this board is gorgeous? It is. It is. Oh my God, chef's kiss on the back. Parallel also changed their logo, so normally they have like the diagonal lines. They changed it to snake fangs to match the theme of the board, which I think is fantastic. Okay, without further ado, we're gonna keycap this bitch. So, this is the keyboard keycap set that I slated to have on this board. So we're gonna harvest them from this board and put them on that board. That is how we're gonna do this. So beautiful. Yes, I also think very, very so beautiful. So we're just gonna take these off one at a time. I'll have to do some finagling on the bottom row because the keycap sizes I think will be a little different. But that's basically, this is almost the build. We are almost complete. I can't wait to hear how it sounds with these keycaps, with these switches. But we'll see. I have a vendetta against switches that have clear tops. I think that they sound thin. But I really wanted switches that match the board, so we're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it live, and we're gonna see how it goes. We already know that that space bar works, so let me go ahead and put that there. Let me just make sure it's even on all sides. Yep. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Ooh, but that purple looks so good against the board, though. Yes. Yes. That is exactly what I was hoping for. There have been times where I've thought I was crazy and that my camera was just like tilted or doing something weird, but I recognize at this exact moment in time that what's happening is because this is an Elgato face cam, it fish eyes a little bit, I think, at the edges, and I think that is what's causing the distortion that I personally see on the camera, which is unfortunate. I really have to get my new camera installed. I think it's probably meant to be a little better. We'll see. Yes, I specifically planned, by the way, for this. Ooh. This is like it's a quieter sound. It's not thin, but it's quieter. That's interesting. I usually don't do quiet boards. Oops. Oh, these are the salmons. I forgot that I put the salmon switches in this board. That's okay though. So interesting. I guess this will be a quieter board. I am not really one for quiet boards, but it is what it is. Oh, also, these are such tight pins on this. These are such tight plate pins on this. I think if like all of my switches are just gonna come out while I'm trying to swap these. And this also, I need to get the stepped caps. I don't know why I didn't keep it out after I pulled it out the first time, but that's okay. We are doing our best here. one with the step caps lock. Did I actually take it out and I forgot about it? I don't think so. No, I did not. Is this correct? This should be. Oh, frick, it's not. I put it in the wrong one. Sag. It's easily fixable, but Sag. So this is for regular caps lock, and for the one I wanted, I have to turn it around and put it in that second slot there. Hold on. I don't want to fuck this up too bad, so I gotta be careful. Alrighty, here we go. We did it. So now I'm gonna put this into the correct slot, which is probably this one. There we go. Since all the rest of the switches are in, it snapped in pretty well. So now we should be able to put our caps lock on. Yes, steps caps lock. Come on, let me get that on there. Perfecto. Ooh. I simply leaned to the left. I think I actually bumped my camera at some point. Okay, all right. Okay, oh girl. We don't need you doing all that extra stuff. So we're just gonna put these on one at a time. There we go. And sigh whenever a switch comes up with the keycap. It basically just means that the tolerances aren't super tight on the plate. Or that the switch itself is just like a smaller variety than standard. That is also possible. So I don't want to make it sound like it's always the manufacturer's fault of like the keyboard specifically. It definitely depends. Let's see. Okay. I'm just gonna try to pull straight up in the hopes that I can just get the keycap. But I see that's not gonna happen. It just doesn't matter. This is just a board where everything is not locked in securely, and it'd be like that. Let's see how many more we get before I have to put another switch back. Oh, all right. We got through 4 of them. We got through QWERTY. Cool. I do like the idea of this keycap set on this board, and I think it's gonna go very well. I also have a green set that's in the mail, the one that I posted about going fucking crazy gaga over. I also liked the idea of that pastel green with this keyboard, but I think I'm gonna save it. Oh. There was extra color on the PCB and on this PCB, and I forgot that there's a design on it. I was like, what the hell are these extra colors? Did something melt? Oh, P. And then our 2 brackets. And then pipe. Yeah. Okay. So that would be this one. If I can actually get it on there. P. O. And close bracket. And this would be the pipe. The pipe. Yeah, I can tell right now this isn't my favorite sound, but that doesn't make it bad. This function key, probably. I might have a key for that. We'll see. Oh my god. Okay. We're just gonna take all these off and then figure it out, I guess, from here. I'd rather just do it all at once if they're all gonna come off anyway. This is just like very frustrating. I'm trying to like wiggle them off just a little bit when I pull to avoid it, but you know, there's only so much avoiding we can do. Oh, yep, well. That's not bad. 2 out of the row. I'm not gonna complain that much. Could be worse. Eh. I want to make sure this is in there correctly. Yes, and then that was the F, and this is the A. Okay. H, A, S, D, F, G, H. So A, S, D, F, G, H. I know roundabout where things go, but I'm always off by like a number, so it's just more secure if I count. Oh my gosh. Please. These nails are the best and worst thing to have happened to me when it comes to keyboards. They get in the way because they're a little long, but also I don't have to worry about my nails breaking every time I have to force something open or try to grab something. So you take the good with the bad. G, J, K, L. Oh, off to the side a little bit. Alrighty. The quote goes last. Okay. I had to like actually remember. I think the quote goes last anyway. Yes, that is, I double checked. That is correct. The quote does in fact go last. So that would be J. And then, oh, gotta push that down a little more. There we go. And then we got the quotes. The quotes. And book. Book. Get on there. There we go. And then we have this enter key, which fits very perfectly here. I'm trying to figure out, is this ticking or? It doesn't sound like ticking when I'm just tapping. But it does when I press harder, so I don't know. We'll have to see. The jury is out on that one. I don't like these stabilizers. I have none of those weird sounds on this one. I hate these stabilizers. Oh, that makes me so sad. That makes me so sad. Okay, when I do the sound test, you'll hear exactly what I'm talking about. This is crazy. This is crazy. So I might end up having to rebuild this to replace the, replace the stabs, which is just very unfortunate. I knew that there was a chance that it would be necessary because usually the stuff that people give you in the box is not great. But I really wanted to believe in them. I really wanted to believe in, these stabilizers. I really did. And I'll probably just replace the housings because kept the wire for this one. And it seems fine to me. I can hear something kind of, but it's incredibly soft. It's, yeah, the filter is getting in the way. I'm gonna turn the filter off when I do my test, and then we'll figure it out. Cause like in general, I like loud keyboards, but I'm not sure if you guys can hear it with just what's there right now. And this is just one. So the issue isn't that the keyboard is loud. It sounds like there's actual ticking underneath the bar. And given how long I took to balance the wires and everything, it shouldn't be there. But when I do the sound test, you'll be able to tell me with a little more accuracy if you hear anything. I know it's there though. I know it's there. You guys will hear it. Sad, but you know, it happens. It happens. Usually, I just don't trust the stabilizers that come with boards, but I want it to be better. I want it to be more trusting. We wanted to do a little something new, you know? This board is actually really incredible, and I like it a lot. So it's like if the craftsmanship for the board is good, you're a little more inclined to trust the other things that'll be on it. But you know, it doesn't work out that way sometimes. All right, so we have M. Nope, it's N and M. It's switched. Yep, so M here and N here. But I'm definitely gonna put these on. We're gonna give you the sound test so you guys can tell what everything is like. And then after that, I don't know. Maybe I'll stay on stream a little longer to take things apart and put them back together, but we'll see. Is this too short for this? It is. Interesting. Okay. So they want like the long keys. That's kind of crazy. I'm pretty sure I have some of those in the box. So let me move this out of the way. Oh, this control is longer, so this is probably the appropriate one. Of course, the switch comes out with it, because why wouldn't it? Is that a posh, rather reflective metal plate on the stripped key? Yes, so this is rose gold. This is a rose gold plate on this board. It sure is. It matches this rose gold knob. And there's also a bit of rose gold on the back here. Excuse how messy this is. I bet some of the lube got on the back. I'll buff it out later, you know. Never mind, I'm just gonna buff it out now. Or try to. Yeah, I can tell it's lube because I'll probably have to put like some soap on here to get it off. It's a little more baked on there than I would like. But yeah, this is a rose gold thing. Good thing the switches are breaking up the reflection of your head in the middle. Yes, I know. I was aware of that. This goes here. Yes, sir, I was very aware that it was breaking it up. But I appreciate you worrying about me. Okay, yes, so they want the bigger keys for this bottom row. So let's grab our bucket. See if we can suss out the rest of it. That's Command, which is not what I'm looking for. That's Alt, which is not what I'm looking for in that length. Okay, so that's the second control. Get that on there. I feel like it's okay. And this is the longer Alt. And then, come on. And then I need a longer Windows key. I don't know if we have one of them. I'd like to hope that we do, but I don't know. Command. Is it this one? Nope, that is another command. Oh, maybe we don't. Here's the second long alt. I can at least use that to compare the side. We might be out of Windows keys. This set might not have come with one of those. This is a function button, a function bouton. Menu shift option. There's a lot of like Mac stuff in here, but I think we are plumb out of a long window key. So we're probably just gonna use the second alt. I'm just gonna use the second alt, and I know that it's a Windows key. So we'll just do it live. It'd be like that sometimes. Okay. Come on, get in there. There we go. And for that function key, I don't even know why I put the other keyboard away. I'm gonna harvest one of those off of it. This goes to another set, so I'm making sure to take that off. And we're gonna put the crescent moon on there for my function. We're gonna put the crescent moon on there for the function key. Sorry, I realized I was far away from the mic while I was taking this off. Okay, so we're gonna put this right there. Boom. I saw your glasses. That's fine. I wear glasses. Okay, now let's move the paper towel out of the way. It's such a shame that I'm literally just gonna end up replacing these stamps anyway. Depresso. Oh my god, this board is so cute. Yes, I agree. And look how well it matches. Yes, exactly. So this is it. This is the finished board before I do a sound test. I do want to point out just the general specs to remind people again. I want to make sure these are pushed down all the way because I have a feeling they are not. Some of these are not. Okay. You can kind of tell if they're at different heights than some of the other ones, so. Okay, so this is, once again, this is a Snake60 from Parallel Boards. They do really cool, like alternative, futuristic, interesting, kind of like innovative type things with their boards. If you go to their website, if you search for Parallel Keyboards, you'll find it. A 69% board win. That's basically a 70%. I like how the board looks. Darn shame it's a 60. Yes, I agree. But yeah, so Parallel Keyboards, this is the Snake60. As you can see, it is a 60%. There is no F-row, there are no navigation, and there's no numpad here. There's not even any arrows. So that's what we call a 60% because you have roughly 60% of the keys on a keyboard. A little more than half, but not too much more than half. When we flip this bad boy over, we have this awesome design here. It is a snack. It is a snack. Snacka. And the snack has lots of enamel accents on it. Snacka. And then on the top, we have this continuity of the design here. So we got this cool continuous snack design, which I think looks amazing. So now that we've done our tour of the board, I'll specify what's in it. These are the stabilizers that came with the board, which I will be swapping out for some Owlabs stabs. I actually might put some stabies in here, to be honest. So we're gonna swap out these stabilizers a bit later. But for now, it's sporting what it came with, which are just, I guess, like regular cherry stabs. that I don't like the sound of. But anyway, these are Tecsee Coral switches. Whoops. Oh, shoot. I grabbed some of the oolongs. But these are Tecsee Coral switches. These are the switches that are in the board. Moving them just a little closer so you guys can see them. And these keycaps are called QX Carmine Cloud. They were a cheaper PBT set. They went into group buy, I think like near the end of the year, maybe like November, and I got them in December, something like that. But I think they go perfectly with this board, to be honest. Okay, so now that we've done all of that, let us cut the audio real quick. And we're gonna move the mic a bit closer. Actually, what I'm gonna do is turn up the gain is what I'm gonna do. I used to move my mic closer, but I feel like maybe that gives you like an inaccurate sound. So let's turn the filters off the mic. So that's our noise suppression gone. You can probably hear God, or at least you will once I turn this gain up. All right, there we go. I'm lowering my voice so as to not be ridiculous. And there's a car, of course. There's a vehicle going and doing things outside, because of course. Here's what I will do though for this. I will tilt this mic down, so at least it's facing the board a bit better. Yeah, we'll do that. Alrighty. So we're gonna do modifiers first. Oh, I hate that. Spacebar sounded real solid. Okay, that was the sound test. I'm interested in what you guys think, because I can definitely hear. They sound kind of mushy. Oh, I always wonder what you're actually typing when you do these tests. I type thoughts. I type my literal thoughts. I type my literal thoughts so that I'm typing actual real words, and you could get a sense of what, like, if I were typing regular things, you would actually know what it sounds like. But yeah, these stabs, these are not it for me. This is a little less bothersome than it was before. I think the keycap wasn't on this one all the way, but I can still hear a little ticking. Yeah, mushy is the word I use. It's not the worst sound I've heard from a keyboard, but it definitely sounds, yes. And don't get me wrong, I do think that part of this board is that it sounds quiet. Let me turn my gain back down. I do think that part of it is that this board sounds quiet anyway. Like, don't get me wrong, I think that the PBT caps are loud in and of themselves, but I think the board itself has a dampened sound to it, like a lower pitch sound, and it doesn't coordinate very well. It doesn't coordinate very well with the stabs being as weird as they are. I truthfully don't like it, and I think that if I replace them, they would sound different. It's like, it's almost like, it's like there's a little bit of ticking and also a little bit of scratchiness too, along with them being mushy. I just think it's weird. I just think it's weird. and I don't like it. I'm not a big fan. But that is the build. I think that this will sound incredible once I get different stabilizers in it, because this right here, fired. That space bar, like, it doesn't pop the way that I normally prefer my keyboards to pop. But for the sound profile of this board, which I definitely think is on like the quieter side, this is a solid space bar. The space bar do be hidden. It do be hidden. And what I would prefer is to just have the rest of these be hidden. You know, I think it's important to grade a board or assess a board based on what it comes with. But I don't know. I feel like I'm a little biased in the keyboard hobby so far as that's concerned, because I'm used to just people who know better just saying, most things don't come with good stabilizers. So if they come with stabilizers, just throw them away and use new ones. And you don't want to be biased in that particular way, but I don't think that these were the best stabilizers. I would have to mod them pretty heavily, I think, to get them to sound good. I probably could add more lube to the housings to get rid of that ticking and like the scratchiness, but I don't want to have to over lube my stuff to get it to sound good. I'd rather just get, oh God, that shift, oof, ooh, baby, that shift, I can't do it. So, it is 9:40. That is fairly late. I'm considering actually just taking this apart on stream and redoing the stabs for anybody who wants to stick around. I don't know what you guys have to do, but this is basically the stream. Let me straighten this up a little bit. There you go. Camera, come on, work with me. Thank you. This is more or less the stream for today. Oh crap, come on. Why are we like this? Why are we out here having a bad time like this? It don't have to be like this. So I think I actually am gonna spend some time. I mean, I don't know. You'll have to kick me. I was gonna say, it comes down to what you guys are in the mood for, chat. I feel like I could do it offline, but I'm already here. Like, I'm literally already here. The live stream button has already been hit. We're already in this space doing things. So I feel like it kind of defeats the purpose to end stream if I'm literally just going to be fixing this, you know? So, from this point, I'll say, that if you just wanted to see the build and hear the raw, you know, like impression of this board, then you definitely got that. Feel free to leave if you would like. But I'm gonna stick around just a little longer and try to actually fix this. I'm gonna grab a set of stabs that I can trust, and we're just gonna work it out. We're gonna work it out. We already have all the keycaps that we need, so I'm gonna take these off. We're gonna take this apart, and we're just gonna do that. I think that's what we're gonna do. I am. If you're comfortable, I don't see why not. Keep going. Yeah. I have not hydrated at all. Oh my God. I see y'all don't love me for real. Y'all not looking out for me for real. You didn't hit that hydrate. Oh my God. Also, it occurred to me that so I have a mode that I normally switch my model into when I'm getting ready to do a sound test for keyboards. And my model was probably going crazy while I was typing. I totally forgot to swap. It's like that. I was about to ask if you've eaten anything today. I did. I had lunch before stream. Dinner I haven't had, but I'm not as worried about that. I can get a snack after I fix this board. Listen, to be fair, I didn't hydrate either, so I wasn't thinking about it, period. Okay, so I guess we'll get started with just pulling these off. I'm just gonna pull these off. I gotta take everything out anyway. This is just disappointing. I want this to sound better, and I think we can do it. I think we can do it today even. Oh my God, why is this stuck on here? Why is it stuck? That's crazy. Please let go of my Switch. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Are the pins bent? No, nothing's bent. Everything's fine. Okay. It just didn't want to let go, I guess. Maybe the tolerances on the top are actually just tighter than the other switches. Oh, nope, that got in between there. The board out here like, wait, baby, give me a chance. I'm gonna be here but ducking into the kitchen for a bit. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I considered taking a break or maybe like starting the stream and stopping the stream and restarting it, but I feel like I might as well go into it. Maybe I'll grab a because everything except the stabs are lubed. Those are the only things we gotta redo, so Sag. There's a part of me that wants to remove the stab that I did. Also, I want to point that out. So like the new one for the spacebar, like the spacebar stab is fine, but also I feel like if I'm just gonna replace the whole stab set, I might as well actually just replace the whole stab set. Crazy. I'm also gonna swap playlists. I want some slightly different music. Let's see. Let's do similar vibes, just a little different. Now, here's the thing. I don't know how to get this PCB out. Because this is the first time I've had an O-ring build. So this is going to be a journey. I might go grab some snacks also, so that I don't have to worry. Maybe I'll grab, I've got some ice cream I could eat. And I might do that. That way I don't have to touch anything with my actual hands and worry about getting it on my, on the keyboard or anything like that. I don't want to eat anything crunchy or flaky because obviously that can get on the desk. You don't really eat around keyboards usually. I mean, like some people do, but I don't want to know what the inside of the keyboards of those people look like. You know what I mean? Like, I try to at least set my board aside from the space where I'm eating if that's what I'm doing. So I'm guessing I'll have to maybe use my spudger to try and figure out how to lift this out. Like, I imagine we're gonna have to move the O-ring in some way. I'd remove it in the reverse that you inserted it. Press the board to the front of the case and then lift it. That is what I was thinking. Yes, that is what I was thinking. That exact thing. Because of the way that the tension is working, that seemed like where to start. And I'm sure that if I were to look literally right now, there's probably a video of some dude or some chick or some person saying that exact thing. I'm sure that there's literally there's literally someone that's like, hey, if you're gonna remove your O-ring assembly, do it this way. But thank you, Kurisu. It's good to feel like I'm not a crazy person and that my thoughts are somewhat logical. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. The spudgers will probably make it easier to do so. Yeah, I'm thinking so. At least to like clear the O-rings from the blockers. Okay. So give me a moment. I'm gonna put you guys on the BRB screen just 1 second. I'm gonna get my ice cream and then I'll be right back. And just that quick, I am back. No problem. Sorry if I'm backseating. You are not backseating. This is a new type of build for me, so all suggestions are helpful. This is my bougie Talenti gelato layers ice cream. This is like the mint fudge one. So I'm wondering, how do where would I grip? Naturally, I want to grip here, but I feel like, maybe the spudger would in fact help to like give me some more tension on the PCB. I'm so unsure. I'm not even gonna hold you guys up. I don't want to ruin anything. It might be better to try to get a grip from the bottom down. I may end up pulling up a video just because I don't want to ruin anything, but we'll see. I think it's just the tension that I have to try to get this to come up. I'm just very worried about it, and I'm probably more worried than I have to be about it. I'm guessing these spaces at the bottom are probably where I got a grip though. Oh yeah, okay, it's coming up. It's coming up. Okay. Yep, all right. It is in fact those grippers at the bottom. Hey, look, we did it. Now hopefully I didn't scratch the fuck out of the inside of the case. I mean, if I did, no one's gonna see it but me, but you know. Oh, okay, everything looks fine. Everything looks fine. That's great. Look at us making things work. I might just need to use my tweezers to grip that. Oh shoot, I did all of that to go get my ice cream, and what I didn't get was the other stabilizers. Snacks on the brain, man. Zeb reminded me of food and it was over. Okay. So I'm gonna take another bite of ice cream and then I'm gonna go get the stabilizers. Yeah, this ain't it. Like, these stabs ain't hitting. It's not. They not it. They not it. It's very unfortunate. I should have just followed my gut and said fuck it. I should have followed my gut and just said fuck these stabs. But I mean, you know, you live and you learn. Sometimes you just want to be nice. I think this is just a better position for me to get these out in. They are snapped in there pretty tight, so that means that the tolerances are just these bad boys ain't going nowhere. There we go. It's okay. Ice cream more important. Ice cream is not more important. I think my brain just goes like a million miles per minute, you know? Sometimes. I'm like at a constant crossroads between head empty and thoughts go 50 miles per minute. My brain is like speeding but not fucking doing anything. So I can't even say there's like interesting stuff to like blurt out. My brain just be rushing past every thought that I do have more quickly than I can process it. Literally a mood, yeah. Oh my gosh, okay. Yeah, because these are wedged in there tight. Which, I mean, you know, good to know that the keycaps aren't going to come off with these bad boys 9 times out of 10. But, you know, my hands are going to be stiff after I pull all of these out. So the tool that I'm using to do this, because I don't think I've actually removed switches on stream, really. These are called switch pullers. Very on the nose name. But there are different kinds that you can get. There are some that come with keycap sets, but usually it's cheaper keycap sets, and they are cheaper switch pullers. This is specifically a pair that was made by someone in the keyboard community. Ayuni is her name. I follow her on Twitter. But I liked these because they're cute. I have another pair that's not quite as cute. They're just yellow. I got them purely 100% because they match my little tool bag. That is 100% why I got them. And at one point I had another pair, which were kind of rubbery on the outside, but they were a very sturdy pair. Those came from Bolsa Supply, which is like a well-known shop in the hobby. And the thing is, certain different switches are made out of different materials. Some are softer, some are harder. So I just found that having more than one type helped me with removing certain ones. So like, for example, with tight tolerances like these pink ones work really well with what I'm doing. But I've had a set of switches that were made out of like really soft plastic that basically broke. Like the tabs would break while I was trying to pull them out of a board. Because I guess these are just too sturdy for them, and I had to use the yellow pair or like just a different pair entirely to get them out without breaking them. So that's interesting. This one is really stuck in here. There we go. I'm trying not to like pull too hard, but the tolerances in this, they're really tight. They really don't want to come out, honestly. Oh, I see. I think the tab on this one got pushed too far inside, so let me push it back out. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oof. Kind of crazy. Was it this one? Yeah, I think it was this one. Let me see if I can make sure these are okay. The top one went back out. This bottom one, though, I don't want it to be stuck in the wrong place, so... Let me see how these other ones are. Oh, I guess that's fine. These other ones look similar. I just wanted to make sure they were in the correct place. I do have extras of these, but you know, you never know. Come on. Oh my god. Oh my god. That one went behind my desk. Oh shoot. It fell down there and I don't know where it went. Oh no. Can I rescue it? That's the question, honestly. I can. Just give me a moment. Yes, we have an escapee. Dang, that's wild though, yeah. I probably should have done a stretch while I was up getting my ice cream. I'm just not doing a great job at taking care of myself today. Things try to escape from my keyboard builds all the time. I'm not sure if that's more a reflection on me or a reflection on the items in question, to be honest. Oh my God, please. These are in there really tight, though. I will say that much. Oh my God. Another SKP. So like, I'll get that one later. I just don't feel like it. That one came out smooth. It's the only one that has come out without me having to fight. I'm trying to wiggle them, but they still take a lot of pressure to actually get out, which is kind of nuts, honestly. Are they usually in there that... Oh, yeah. No, they are not. But as more and more keyboards have come out and more switches have come out, the switches themselves have changed shape and... Did I put my filter back on? That's a good question. I feel like I didn't. I sure didn't. You guys are just hearing all the things. Oh my God. Basically... switches have evolved over the years, and so have how people measure and make keyboards. So the dimensions for switches have changed, and how tight people want their switches to fit in a plate have also changed. So they're not always this tight. It honestly depends on which switch you have. Some switches are made according to like older specifications. Some switches have newer molds and specifications. It honestly does depend, but it's possible to get a combo if that's what you're asking. That's this tight. Yes, it is. This is not like an out of the ordinary thing. It just depends on what type of switch you're using and how the board itself was made to accommodate switches and like which ones. Because, you know, like once standards change over time, sometimes people will make their PCBs to fit like newer switches because they all share similar tolerances. Sometimes people will make switches to accommodate old switches. It depends on their audience. And sometimes people will make modifications to things as well. So they'll use like old tolerances, for example, and then they'll say something like, okay, well, what if we just make it like very slightly smaller than these dimensions so it can fit tight? And then, you know, you never know how that's going to affect how other switches fit in it. That kind of just, you know, like design stuff. Okay. Now that there aren't as many in there, there's not as much holding the plate tight, so these should come out relatively easier than in the beginning. I think I'm gonna end up putting screw-in stabs in this. Because I don't have any snap-ins. I don't think, okay, so that's it. We've got the plate detached. Fantastic. So now I have to fight to get these out. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these because these housings are good. I feel like I should put them back in the box I had them in and keep them for another rainy day. So I overshot it when I put this box in the trash, and I think that's exactly the correct move. I didn't need to throw them away yet. So I'm going to take a bite of ice cream, and then I'm going to go grab that box that didn't quite make it to the trash, and I'm going to go get my other stabs. And this is only going to take a second. I'll just leave this up. Okay. I am here. Whatever gave me the idea for ice cream as a snack was genius. Whatever primordial force, feel free to take credit for that. Oh my gosh. Okay. So we're going to try to get these shims out first. I can't quite remember how I did this last time. I might be able to just push it out from this notch. Yep. Okay, here we go. I'm straight up just going to put this back in the box. And I guess we'll hold on to those housings for next time. They've been lubed already. So it just is what it is. Such is the life of a keyboard hobbyist. Building and rebuilding and just trying to fiddle with things until they fit just right. These stabs are not what's hot though. I'm so disappointed. Crazy. Okay, so to get these out, we're gonna pinch this. I'm not sure if you can see it. There we go. We're gonna pinch this and then push these out. Yep, we were so close. Yep, there we go. And we're basically going to do the same thing with all the other stabs. So pinch and then push or pull. My preference is push, but sometimes it'd be hard. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So these wires are trash, and I'm 100% sure this is the reason why everything is bad. But, you know, it is what it is. So we're just going to throw these back in this box. We're going to seal this up, and I'll put it back on my shelf with my other parts. For now, however, I will put these up here. And I guess I'll just throw these stabs out. Like, there's no point in keeping them, to be honest. They are not doing their job. These don't want to go back in. Okay. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. We're gonna take these out. I'm not even gonna bother disassembling these because they're just all going in the garbage. Alrighty. So we're gonna be in there. It's fine. We're gonna fix it. I refuse to let this keyboard sound trashy. It's gonna be okay. And these are up here. Okay. Question. Obviously, you guys are watching me because, or at least despite the fact that I'm a VTuber, for those of you who aren't used to this content, I am very interested in knowing how many other indie VTubers you may watch and what you watch them for. There's been like a lot of discourse in the community lately about like the different types of content creators and how sometimes they're just sort of like pushed into a box based on what people want from them. As in, like, you go to, you know, like X streamer for X thing and Y streamer for Y thing. Yes, they all made it into the trash this time. So let's get out our handy dandy paper towel since we're going to be lubing things once again. I'm just going to sit this up here for right now. Oh, I watch many. Whoops, sorry. I shook the whole desk. I watch many indie VTubers. In fact, I dare say 100%. I do, in fact, watch more indie VTubers than non-indie. It's started leaning that way for me as well. Not for any particular reason. It's just at this point I'm on Twitch a lot more, and there are more indie tubers on Twitch than there are corpo tubers. Okay, I don't think I need these right now. Right now, I need these. Now, if I recall, I needed 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I need 4 sets. As per what I watch them for, I mean, if I love their personality and they play at least 2 games that I like, I do them a follow. That's very fair. Does it have to be video game related? Is that mostly what you watch streamers for? For the games? Not that there's anything bad about that. I don't think there's anything bad with that or wrong with that. Oh, is this the correct size? Actually important. This seems like it's the, yes, okay, this is the correct size. I think I used my 6 wire from this set already. So 1, 2, 3. Then we got 1. We need 4 sets of these. 2. So 8. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, and this last one here is 8. So I also need 8 little ones. 1, 2, 3. No, it doesn't have to be. I follow a lot more art and other like physical hobby specific VTubers now. Honestly, now that I know that there are VTubers out there who build keyboards, I might look around and see if there's more I've missed. Some of the ones that I know that build, they don't always build, you know, they kind of like mix their content up. But like Rika is like a hedgehog VTuber that does build stuff sometimes. Bellsprout also does keyboard stuff sometimes. There's a guy called Infodrive that does like things with his hands in general. So sometimes he's not even building keyboards. He's building like drones and fixing up like old Game Boys and stuff. So it honestly depends. Okay. So I think that's everything I need. The only other thing I can do, I can't really bend these, but I can suss out which side is better for these. So the stitch on these stabs, oh hang on, I'll read that really quick. I find that while I like VTubers and I like ASMR, I'm still a bigger fan of pre-recorded ASMR content than watching it live. Yeah, I feel like that too sometimes. The stitch with these wires is that they are made from a material that is marketed as liquid metal. So the idea is that they're molded with a special material that keeps it retaining the initial shape it comes out of the mold in, like the pour. So the idea is if it gets bit in shipping or someone mishandling the package, then it'll go back to the original shape because of how it was made. The downside is that if they borked the manufacturing, then it kind of doesn't matter and you're just stuck with whatever. This side has like a very, very, very slight tick, but I don't think that it'll matter. It's very, very slight. I can barely hear it, and it's leagues better than any of the ticks that I was trying to correct with those other wires. Okay. So let me put this back. We're gonna put this spudger back also as well. I'm just gonna try to keep my desk a little cleaner. Okay, I need this brush back. And I need my lube. More lubing! take a little time to wipe this a little bit. I feel like some of the BDZ got on there and I just don't want to deal with it. So we're just gonna leave it exactly right there. A little more BDZ than I wanted, by the way. Yeah, I might need a new brush to go between the BDZ and the 205. I haven't actually had issues with getting it out of the bristles before, but like, we'll see, we'll see. Okay. Will this spread fine now? Yeah, okay, this is, okay. Cool. So we're just doing the same thing we just did all over again, and I won't bore you with the explanation because we've been here. If you have any questions and you're lurking or anything, please let me know. I'm willing to answer questions always. I'm not a big ASMR person in general, however, like in terms of feeling the sensation, right? Because you know, that's a thing that I think people forget. ASMR is not the type of video, right? It is the sensation that is felt in the brain. So when people say ASMR videos, they're referring to videos whose goal is to trigger that response. Like the R in ASMR is response. So I'm not big on feeling the response in my brain, but I do like interesting noises and sounds. I am into just, I don't know, things that sound good or pleasing. So even though I don't have the reaction, I'm still very much into ASMR. And I do tend to like pre-recorded things rather than live. But, you know, to each their own. I'm not saying people can't like that. So I feel the same as you, Zeb. Also, Zeb, make sure that you get something to eat. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. This is turning into a long stream. Sorry, I want to make sure that I do this quickly, quicker than we did it the previous time. Oh shoot, that's totally on the outside. It's clear. I can't tell if I'm on the right side or not. Oh. Yeah, I feel like as someone that does get the tingles, I find they could be easily interrupted by like an alert going off or the streamer reading something and laughing. Like usually it doesn't bother me, but if I happen to be watching for sleep or comfort related reasons, I would certainly prefer to not have the interruptions. Oh, that makes perfect sense. I keep putting off having like my first ASMR oriented stream. I'm gonna have to just get it together and pull the button and do it. And be like ASMR, JK, and less. Also, I am eating. I did get some food and some water, and I am doing a self-care. Good, good, good. Thank you. This goes to anyone else hanging out in chat as well. Please do. Take breaks. Make sure you're eating. Make sure you are hydrating. But I did forget to do that, so big oops on me. That's okay. What's important is that you actually just do it eventually. Oh man, I had someone ask me I got a DM from someone who basically said, hey, I've seen you tweet about Destiny 2. Do you have any plans to play it on stream? Unfortunately, right now, the answer is no, because like I do not have a cam link. And I think that you need that to get HDMI output. But also, more importantly than that, I currently do not have the game on any other console besides PS4. It's just how I originally started playing Destiny years ago, and how I came into Destiny 2, basically. But I also feel like it's very important to note that I am bad at FPS games. And I know that it's very frustrating for some people to watch people who are bad. I feel like watching me be bad at aiming and dodging while I shout, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, hold on, is probably not like literally the most entertaining thing ever. I have fire team leaders, friends, fellow players that can attest to me literally just doing that the entire time. See, but that's content. It's content if you don't mind your streamer being bad at the game that you are playing. But I will say the major reason is that I just actually only have it on PS4. And the idea of having to figure out a setup so that my PS4 I can stream for my PS4 seems ridiculous to me. Also, I don't play any other FPS games, so I hate to dash the dreams of people who are hoping that like maybe I'll one day get like, I don't know, COD or something like that and like play it on stream. Like, yeah, I could get a new FPS and put it on the PC, but like I'm allergic to FPSs, basically, to be honest. Destiny is the only one that I've played and it's FPS/MMORPG. So it's not exactly the same. Like, there are people who watch games for that, for like actual good gameplay, but there are people who do not care if the streamer is good or not, like me. It's me. I don't care because I'm also bad. Yes, I am so bad. I do not have the time in the day that it takes people to learn how to play those games. Like, I really do enjoy playing with my friends, and I feel like that's the only reason why I keep coming back to the game, to be honest. But with that being said, my friends carry me, and I am in fact bad. Like, there's no thing around it. So you would have to watch that, and I would have to ask you not to be disappointed in me, even though there's clearly reason to be. But I am down for learning to play like new games. You know, like before I started streaming, obviously there was a lot of things that I, you know, played on my own. And I'm not sure if I'm interested in like rebuying every single game I own just to play on stream. But I'm definitely down to, as long as it's not an FPS, try other types of games. In fact, streaming has really actually inspired me to try a lot of things that I normally probably wouldn't have. Some things are fun to watch also as well as play. But I've definitely expanded my to play or to try list based on being able to chat with people on stream while I'm getting stuff done. So that's been very cool. That sounds like a no to future Valorant collab then. I cannot, no. It is a no to Valorant. I don't think that would be wise for anyone existing ever. I do feel like I would be so into playing Destiny 2 and actually streaming it, but like the way they handle DLC is just so deeply disappointing to me. I'm interested in your thoughts on what you find disappointing about it. the seasonal model is divisive to say the least, but as someone who's played it, I don't quite have issues with it. With that being said, though, I do actually play the game, and I have a sense of like how it's implemented versus how things used to be for the game. So I'm coming from, you know, like a different perspective on it. LMAO, okay, but what if we all play Fortnite? I feel like this is gonna sound really rude. So like, I just want to note that like, I mean this in the kindest way possible. I don't respect Fortnite as a game. So if I played it, I would be perfectly fine with being bad at it. I don't know how else to say that. My main problem with the DLC is like, I love the story. I will get deeply attached to a story specifically. So to know that in order to include more in new DLC, they remove older things just makes me so sad. Oh, okay, I see. So, for anyone who's not in the know, basically, they were having server issues with maintaining different missions and locations in the game. Because of, like, the TLDR is it came down to how they had things set up and were programming things. So there was a point where they had to remove locations and missions to maintain like the quality of the game in terms of user interface. I agree. I wish that they didn't have to do that as well. However, supposedly, they also regret having to do it. And from what they've said publicly and in like their TWAB, which is like today at Bungie press release, the goal is for them to do things better and more efficiently so they won't have to do it again. I was also disappointed by that, yeah. So I agree with you there. That is like a criticism that not only like I respect and can like understand and see, but I also agree with. I don't know. Bungie's been very good about listening to their community. So I tend to give them a little more credit about the future of things and how they're going to change things for the future. So if they, I mean, I'm willing to give them a little more credit, but that's because I've spent years being mired like in the game and seeing what they do. They seem like genuinely remorseful about it. But I think they just had to make a lot of changes when they started merging everything online for PC and console players to have crossplay. And they didn't have any other way to do it. Yeah. I played the build up to the Witch Queen. I see, and I love everything about it. I was so close to buying it. But the genuine fear that one day all of it could just be taken from me was enough to just not... Oh, okay. Well, for what it's worth, you still keep the achievements from all of the story. Like, they didn't change anyone's save files. It's just that those missions are no longer available. Like, the games reference everything that happened. They worked it into the story, actually. They didn't just vanish it. So, like, they gave an in-story reason for why some of those locations became inaccessible to you with, like, the quote-unquote possibility that they could come back in the future if circumstances change. So they kind of handled it, I guess, like, the best way they could for mixing IRL reasons and story reasons. So it's not quite just gone, if that makes any sense. I'm kind of curious about why you don't respect Fortnite as a game. So part of it is, obviously, you know, like the emote stealing. And I mean, but that's like a very small version of it. Part of it is the base of people that play. I feel like it's just not for me, you know? I can't tell if this got turned over or not. Let me... Okay, no. No, hang on. Okay. It's probably this side. In fact, I'm gonna just do this first. I feel like Fortnite swooped in when the Battle Royale games were becoming, like, very popular. And I don't think they commercialize so much and don't acknowledge their roots in a way that I find dissatisfying. So it's like a combo of things that have been said by the developers or not said by the developers and how they have addressed certain things, as well as sort of like the player base. Like, I'm not gonna lie. But I will say the player base has kind of gotten better. I think that they've oriented the game more towards kids and sort of tried to, in some way, bring things back to like a more palatable kind of situation. But I do love playing Destiny 2, and if I have people to play with, I definitely like stream it and try to get better at it. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah. I do understand why people don't trust Bungie, though. I mean, you know, if you haven't been on the Destiny ride, like, since the very beginning, I think it's very easy to doubt, just like, you know, gaming companies in general. Like, we can't pretend like, gaming companies haven't done, you know, like, bad or shitty things or whatever. I just happen to have had really good experiences with Bungie, so my trust level is fairly high. But not everybody has that, and I completely acknowledge that. I will say, as someone who occasionally plays Fortnite, it's definitely better than it once was, and like, I do genuinely appreciate the no build mode. Yeah, a lot of people complained about that when it first came out, and I didn't understand why they complained. Just because like they weren't forcing people to play it, right? It was just, they just added the mode to the game for people who enjoy those parts of the game, so you can like have a game mode that caters to the way that you want to play. Like, I don't see the minuses here. Some people don't want to play like that, and other people do. It's like, why not create a space where both kinds can just, you know, do whatever? I don't understand the hate for that, honestly. I mean, I played the fuck out of the first game. Yeah, until they changed the VA for Ghost, and I was so depressed they took my best friend. I couldn't play. So, yeah, man. Peter Dinklage wasn't the best, though. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this is in backwards. It sure is. Let's swap this to the other side. I don't know. So, like, I used to feel that way, too. When I very first started the game, I felt that exact way. Dinklage was not great, though. So I had kind of, like, a cognitive bias about it at first. And then I listened to a video. He wasn't the best, but by the time they took him in, yeah, not my best. Yeah, I feel that. But I think some years later, a friend of mine, my usual fire team leader, sometimes he's in this chat. His name is Akuma Saint when he's in here. So he was like, I want you to listen to this. And he sent me a video that like showed, it literally was like a comparison side by side of Peter Dinklage's lines and the ones that had been re-recorded. And my God, did they sound so fucking flat. So fucking flat. And I think that what it came down to was, again, this comes from like my brain being a storyteller, right? I assumed that Dinklage's voice being, you know, like flat and not emoting very well was just something they purposefully intended. Like, I assumed that they wanted Ghost to be that way. So I was just ready to roll with it, with him having like this sort of dry humor and stuff. But from all of the writing that they've done, it seems that he's supposed to be, or it's supposed to be more of like a sassy, quippy, emotionally driven sort of voice. So I see why they made the change. It was not fitting, but I think I would have been fine with a companion that was like that anyway, if that makes any sense. So like, there's no like wrong or right. It's just like different. But yeah, I definitely had the nostalgia goggles on at some point, and I was just like, listen, they took my bestie from me. And I mean, to be fair, Destiny's taken quite a few besties from me, so I do be having feelings about it. I think they've managed to bring me grief about every single husband I've ever had in that game. Unfortunate electric chair, even though I love the game. LMAO, yeah, like, yeah, listen. I don't want to, I mean, I don't know who plans on or who gives a shit about the story that's in the chat right now. So I kind of don't want to like spoil anything for anybody that might be going back to play any facet of the game. But they they've taken people from me. That's all I'll say about it, you know. I already played critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14. All my husbands and wives are dead. Don't take more from me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Like, even there were some missions that have come up where, like, you know, they're just missions you don't want to do. Especially for me, being like, I mean, I can't say I'm a noob because I've been playing Destiny for like fucking 6 years at this point. But like, as a person who is not good at Destiny, the last thing I want to do is like anything challenging on the shooting side because I just fucking suck at that. Like when it comes to getting particular types of like kills or even having a good KD, I don't know about that. I don't know about that for me. But there have definitely been some missions that were associated with my husbandos and people that I like. And I definitely almost killed myself to get those achievements, items, weapons, whatever, in honor of my husband. So, you know, it is what it is. And see, that's the thing. So, Final Fantasy 14. Let's just be real. Let's just be real. I could play the game. I've considered actually buying some of the DLC or even just downloading like the base game to play. But I know it's a time sink. I know that it's a never-ending grind, and it's hard enough for me to keep up with Destiny while it's doing that. So I rebuke thee, devil. It won't be me for a Final Fantasy. I literally cannot spare the time. Y'all see me already. I already don't stream as often as I would like, due to time and opportunity constraints. So trying to get into Final Fantasy, As someone who has tried, I stopped. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I can barely do the things that I be trying to do in Destiny. And I mean, I barely do shit in Destiny. Honestly, my friends are what keep me playing, to be honest. Speaking of, if you want to try to make time to play, we can attempt to do that, Zeb. I would be down. But man, games are just a time sink. Like, it's better, at least for stream, I've found, to play like single player stuff, or at least like collab stuff that has a finite beginning and end. Because like the time that people require for games these days, I'm like, I'm an adult. I work. When do you expect me to have time to hone all these skills? I'm about to start streaming FF14 just to make myself start playing it actively again. But I also want to start over again because I'm crazy and I have a problem. I understand. I understand that particular type of craziness. Okay, here we go. We got this. Oh, nope, it's still not in there. So if we could just get this in the hole. Yes, thank you. Please snap in. This is folly. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. We're almost done with the stabs, guys, gals, and ghouls. Putting these on are going to be a little more involved because I have to screw these in, but I'm pretty sure the PCB accommodates screw-in stabs, so I shouldn't have any more problems from this point forward, hopefully. Okay, here we go. Nope, get in there. Get in there. Yes. Okay. Stabs are done. Crazy day. So I've seen some footage from FF14, like some of the cutscenes from story missions and stuff. It's been interesting, and it seems full of drama. I've enjoyed the bits that I've watched with other streamers who have played. So I think I would have a good time. Okay, now this is a little more complicated than the other stabs. So basically, there are washers. There are these plastic washers that I have to put on in between the screw and the stabilizer when I screw it in. You'll see me doing this in a moment. I just wanted to pour these out into my hand and take out the number of these that I need. So we got 1, 2. Oh shoot! It went somewhere. I had to. Okay, 3, 4. Just fall on through. 5. I'm gonna put a couple extra in there too, just in case. Yeah, we got 7. We're gonna put 1 extra, so that's 8, and then we're gonna go 9. I don't need these, but the screws can come out. They can come out of my hand onto that paper towel. Yeah, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I think that's all I'll need. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, just mechanically. Oh, wait, hang on. I missed one of your messages. Okay, Final Fantasy XIV is definitely a good game, especially if you love a good story. And they are making it more and more, I wouldn't say casual, but it's more casual friendly than it was before. Yeah. I need Bungo to get on that train about Destiny, because I like the changes that they've been making, but it's very hard to get into if you weren't there at the beginning to sort of like go through the changes and know. I've spoken to some people who have played and they're like, okay, so I understand generally how Destiny is. I used to play and I've like come back, but like what's with XYZ like on the HUD? What the fuck does this mean? I don't understand. There's like a mission where they sort of talk to you about it, but not for real. So like, what the fuck is it? And I'm just like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, friends. And I mean, they're constantly improving the game similar to Final Fantasy. It's just, it's hard when you're not there to see like and witness the changes to know like why the changes were made. If you're there and you know, like it's easy, it's intuitive. You're like, oh, well, this does XYZ now in comparison to whatever. But if you're talking to someone who like left and came back or who's just starting it for the first time, they're just like, what the fuck? Oh my gosh, so many of these washers would not come out of my hand and then they spilled out. Let's see. They're also making it so there's only 2 kinds of fights that you have to run with other people. So if you want to, you can play most of the game with just NPCs. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. I feel like that's very important because some people just don't feel comfortable playing with others. They've had like really bad experiences and stuff. Yeah. Oh shoot, you know, I should have put the shims back. I did not put the shims back. Get into the bag. I was so tempted to say, put the lotion in the basket. Okay, so now we're bringing the PCB back into play. Yeah, nah, Yoshi P didn't realize we don't like talking to people until recently. I was like, oh, my bad. Sorry, y'all. Here, have the trust system. Yeah, it do be like that, though. It just sucks because, like, people are assholes on the internet, you know? They just are. I don't know what else to say about that. It's just true. People are assholes on the internet. And because they're assholes on the internet, you have to be very careful about who you're spending time with and doing stuff with. Oh shit. This means I need my screwdriver. Doing all the things, yapping, talking about how we're gonna screw stuff in. What do? Forget the fucking screwdriver. What the fuck? Okay. So these screws have pretty small. I think I can use this smaller one. Probably. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Doing all this one-handed because I didn't have the foresight to actually just do this the way I was supposed to be done. Put the lotion in the basket, yes. It puts the lotion on its skin. Oh my god, I see. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm just going to introduce this now. For anyone who doesn't know, the little screws are my arch nemesis, and they do everything within their power to fuck me up whenever I'm putting them in. That's just it. That's the tweet. It's true. It's proven fact. You can go back and look at my other VODs. It's not great. These screws are the bane of my existence. They exist purely to make me look awful on stream. No matter what. And I think it's just important to note that this is just going to be a painful struggle between me and my arch nemesis while I'm trying to put this together. That's just how it's going to be. I don't know what else to tell you. This is what you're here for. Please go in the hole. Please don't make me look bad on stream right now. Okay. Okay, we got this one. This one cooperated with me. Fantastic. We're gonna give it benefits and a vacation. Me talking to the other screws. And you too can be this fortunate if you just work with me. But I am hoping that once we get these on, these keys will sound much better than they did before. These are my hopes and dreams. I really want this keyboard to sound better. At least I want the mods on this keyboard to sound better. I do actually think that the sound outside of that is okay. Okay, yes. These are flush. Everything is fine. My crops are watered. The skin is thriving. We're glowing. No, we just have to keep this up. We just have to keep this up. Let's see. We're gonna do... I'll do this first just because I didn't have to turn the stab over. Is what it is. Oh, shoot. Get in the hole. Why are we struggling? Like, what's happening, bestie? What do you need? What's going on? Okay, there we go. Okay. Me when I'm cutting carrots and the pieces want to roll all over the place. It's true. You know, I'm just the type of person that talks to inanimate objects because I want to feel like if I talk to them, they'll just do what I want and I don't have to struggle. That's like not how it works ever, but I want to work that way. I want it to work that way. Okay, for some reason I feel like that's not, yep, it sure is not down in the hole properly. Yes, okay, here we go. Tighten it the rest of the way. Cool, great, dope. Now, for some reason, this doesn't want to come through and clip the way it's supposed to. I'm not really sure why. Okay, I just have to force it a little bit. Okay, we are halfway through, just about. So I think if I take my time, we're gonna be okay. The trick is to put the screw on the screwdriver before it goes into the hole. Assuming that you have screws for your stabilizers that are magnetic. Oh my gosh. There's a screw right there on the side. That's crazy. Just right there, hanging on, having a ride. Is that an extra screw? Yes, I think these are extra screws. They're just extras, okay. Yep, everything is flush. I was worried about the size of these being appropriate for this board, but it seems that this is not a thinner board than usual, so that's cool. We're gonna do this one first. Okay, washer. Come on. So part of the reason why I was asking earlier about what types of streamers people watch and what they watch them for is because there's been a very interesting discourse in indie VTuber land lately. It has been very specifically about, oh, this is not in the screw hole the way it's supposed to be. There we go. About people being labeled as like specific types of streamers and how that affects like how people watch things and do things. Oof. Oof. So like, for example, people who are labeled like say-so VTubers, like having people unfollow them as soon as they have like a discussion about anything that's like less than wholesome. Or even just people being labeled as say-so if, for example, they don't have discussions about things that are less than wholesome. Which I think is an interesting thing that happens on the internet. I mean, I guess I'm just someone who watches a streamer and their content to see if I want to watch it or not. For Twitter specifically, people are just wow. Yeah, I agree. I don't really... It's just, am I interested in the content is basically what I think. But I understand the viewpoint of people who watch things for certain reasons. Like, I'm not trying to, you know, like knock that or anything. I think it's perfectly fine to just watch stuff because you are looking for a specific vibe or, oh God, did this unsnap? Yes, it did. Looking for a specific vibe or you just want to see a specific type of content. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I do think that there's something to be said about, I don't know, trying to tell creators what type of creator they are based on what you like are projecting on them to continue to want to see. Like I do worry sometimes about like people who come to see me for keyboard related things versus when I play games or discuss other things, like when I've done tarot in the past. Distant past at this point. I do plan on doing it again, but I want to make time. Anyway, I'm sure that there are some people who only want to see keyboard content that come to my streams and they're like, oh, this isn't keyboards, so I'm gonna go unfollow because this person doesn't do keyboards all the time. And stuff like that. There's been a very interesting dichotomy about it, and I feel two ways about it. Hello, are we still in here? We are. How did your party go, Lemon? We're still here because I really disliked the stabilizers that came with the kit. So I am redoing them. I am redoing these stabs. So I had to take the whole board apart and we're rebuilding it with new stabs. What did people think of your story? Because you almost always have a story read when they do these things, right? Good. I closed out the night. Nice. And I made a lot of people very happy and horny with my writing. Isn't that the dream? Isn't that the dream? Sounds like Zeb, to be honest. Oh my gosh. This is a 5-hour streamo. crazy. This is gonna take mad long to upload to YouTube. Okay. So that's all of our stabs finally again. So now that we've kind of gone over the process for the other sections of this board, we pretty much know what we're doing from this point forward. Zeb. Am I lying? Is lying what's happening now? Okay. So we're here. We have our plate. And this does seem to fit. The plate does seem to fit. Hopefully there won't be too many issues with getting things to sit the way they should. I'm gonna get my plate fork because I don't remember where I put it. I had to put it back in this drawer. Where in the drawer, however? Where, Loomy? Loomy, Loomy, Loom. Where did you put the switch or the plate tuner? Plate fork, whatever. Where did you put it? That is the question. Did I just chuck it in here? I feel like that's very unlike me. Let me take this out. It's got to be in here somewhere. We've got notebooks. We've got a microfiber cloth. We've got our other palette. We've got the stabilizer container. I need to actually put this somewhere else. So I'm going to leave this out on the desk so I'm forced to put it somewhere else. I didn't fit it in here. I did not shove it in there. Plate fork. Okay, here we go. I got it. Plate fork. Let me put these other things back. It was very nerve-wracking, but the narrator did such a great job that I was like, oh my god, I wrote this? Fuck, it's great. Sounds fake, you know? I do not know. I've read your writing and it's good. But that's classic Lemon. Yes, it is. I'm working on it. Yeah, it is classic Lemon though. Okay, so we're gonna start with this lower row because I've learned from last time. I know that I yeeted one of the switches from across the room, so I'm just gonna grab a new one from the container and just do it this way because I just don't have time. I'll just grab that one later and put it back in the in the box. If I can actually get this switch in here. Okay, there we go. I would like to read the writing of Lemon. Yeah, I was really, really happy about it. They did such a great job and everyone loved it. Yeah, so I'm just going to put Lemon out there. So Lemon writes fanfic for Lore Olympus. And it's great, honestly. I think their username is the same as their one here. I'm just putting you out there, Lemon. That's just what's happening. I don't know what you want from me. Perhaps you wanted me to be better. I am not. I'm not better. Greek mythology. Yeah, Hades and Persephone, but reverse harem. I am going to perceive. Yes, I think most people know Lore Olympus is Greek mythology. It's pretty popular. I'd be surprised if someone was like, I don't know what that is. No. I'm interested in checking out Lemon stuff as well. Yes, please perceive Lemon, please. I do text roleplay with Lemon, doing like OCs and stuff. And both from that perspective and from having read other things that Lemon has written. Lemon is great. Lemon does not give Lemon enough credit, unfortunately. Please perceive them. After hours Lemon stories reading party? Sure. I think we would have to invite Lemon to the Discord. Unless Lemon doesn't want to hear us reading hear us reading their stuff. I'm totally down though. Lemon writes really hot sex scenes. Just saying. Just saying. I know that like I'm building a keyboard right now and that's not like what people are here for content wise, but we're here, we're gonna talk about it. Lemon writes hot stuff. There's Nightbot doing its job. Good for you, Nightbot. I'm a melt into the floor now. Readable on Twitch or recordable on Tumblr? I need to read it. It's really good though. I think our RP format has become more streamlined because of busy adults and time. But when Lemon takes her time to like write things and add detail, chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Lemon puts the, you know, the lemon in lemon, if you know what I'm saying, you know? No, please, I have imposter syndrome, but also feral about my own shit. This is true. This is true. Lemon is very feral about their own shit. What they will do is have imposter syndrome, but also please actually tell them what you think though. Which is why I know it probably slaps, so let me read it. Okay, but me fucking too, Lemon. Yes, I feel like almost every writer almost every writer is like this. Oh my god, please. I'm not supposed to be using my screwdriver for this, but I am. Okay. It do slap though. It do. I contain duality and multitudes and contradictions. I am both either burrito mode or I'm gonna dropkick God behind a 7-Eleven. Okay, but God deserves it. So I have a friend who used to make jokes about punching God all the time. So like he's a really big fan of the Shin Megami Tensei series, where basically the goal for you in those games is to punch God in the face. Like that is kind of it. You end up trapped in a fucked up situation because God's pact with humanity requires XYZ. And usually the result is for you to be like, okay, but God, what the fuck? Respectfully. We didn't do anything to have anything to do with this plot, and I guess technically it's within the rules of whatever agreement you had with whoever, but we weren't a part of this. So now I'm just gonna game the system, become the true protagonist, and we're gonna fight about it. Yeah, Sponge God. Yeah, that's like basically the point of most of the games in the series. In some way or another, it comes down to like, what the fuck, God? We're gonna fight about it. So I, in theory, am down with punching God in the face. I do especially enjoy games where the goal is to punch God in the face. One of my favorite games ever is actually... Oh, I miss playing Shin games. Yeah, I played the first one. I don't think I played the second one just because, like, a friend of mine had it and wanted to let me borrow it, but the... I think that like the DS was just kind of going out of style at that point. So I wasn't playing mine as much and I never actually got around to it. I like Atlas games in general. Which is why it's such a tragedy that Persona 5 is my very first Persona game. I'm not a big fan of resource management, so I wasn't drawn to the idea of having to maintain everybody. But having played Persona 5, at least in that game, they managed to streamline it so that it was very tolerable. So these babes at the party can go, time for a lemon fic, and I'm like, it sure is. I mean, but yes, though. Can I? Okay, we are almost there, folks. We are so close. Okay, we are almost there. I am so excited to be done with this. I am going to test out the mods before we put this entire assembly together, because I really want to see if these work better. I know I won't get the full effect of it not being in the board, but I think I'll get enough. Enough to tell if it's like, you know, oof. Enough to tell if it's like a noticeable difference. And I have a feeling that it will be, honestly. I know that that's kind of biased, but just those stabs were not hidden. The fact that you could hear them, Zeb, like, you know, across the, you know, because when you pick up stuff on the mic, a mic is made to pick up certain frequencies of sound. They're not all made up to pick up every single sound. So for you to be able to hear it and be like, yes, it sounds mushy is more than enough for me to feel like we got to do better than this. Oh, now I'm hungry for sushi. Same, to be honest. I love sushi. Would like sushi right now. Would go for sushi right now if possible. Okay. Oof. So close. I feel it in my bones. This is gonna be better. Yeah, nah, I could hear it. Oh, that pop in switch sound is very good. I'm glad. Zeb was saying the same thing. Yeah, nah, I could hear it. Definitely was not a great sound. Very squishy and mushy, but like in a bad way. Yes, mushy is a way that we use to describe things. I'm moving my mic a little closer, so maybe it'll pick up the pops a little better for these last few. Oof. Whoops. I hit my mic. Great. That one did not pop in. But I don't think the pin was bent. I'm just going to double check. No, it was not. Okay. So everything's fine. This one's just an easier, I guess, thing to slide into. We are so close to being done. I am so excited. And last one, I got my headphones in, ready for this yummy Lumi ASMR. I'm glad you're looking forward to it. Okay, so this is done. And we're gonna put... Actually, technically, I could put all the keycaps on here and lower it into the case. I don't have to do it afterwards because of the way that this is built. Still sounding solid, still sounding good. That doesn't have a stab on it though, so I'm not going to test that thoroughly. Oh, that sounds so much better. That's so much better. You guys will be able to hear the difference during the sound test, but it sounds better. I am so very excited. We're gonna put our caps lock on. We've got our backspace. Oh my god, it's so solid feeling and sounding. I'm so excited. This is definitely better. This was definitely worthwhile. So like, people mod their keyboards all the time to like make sure that things sound good. Don't be afraid to take things off, take everything apart and rebuild it. Like, it's very important that you take the time to get your keyboard exactly the way you want it to sound. I'm gonna put at least all of the mods on. And then I'll see how I feel about putting everything else on. I think I did double alts, if I recall correctly, because we didn't have a win key in this set. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Sorry, I'm just tapping on the keys. Let's see. L, G, H, J, K, L. Oh, come on. 2, 6, 7, 8, 3, 9. We got this I, so this should be here. No, we need the 0 and then minus and plus. Y should go here. 7. Q for the start of QWERTY. E. Question mark. ZX. CV? No. No, that's right. ZXZV. That is correct. I try to remember because I've put on a lot of keycaps before, but you know, some things slip the mind. So, Lemon, what was today's story about? What is the general premise of the story that was read today? I know that mostly you write smut, but like, what was the premise of the smut today? Ooh. Shoot. I dropped it. Oh, let me hydrate. Definitely ate all my ice cream. Did I hydrate though? No. So, Demeter is pissed because Hades and Persephone are a thing, and Hades went to speak with her to stop winter. Okay. Mood and valid. Yes, this sounds like it's shaping up to be your usual mythology-based story, yes. He then comes home to a stressed AF Persephone, and he takes care of her. Okay, okay. I'm sorry, let me read that the way that your tilde implied. And he takes care of her. B, we are so close here. Oh my gosh. X, N, so it would be NM, right? Yeah, okay. Oh my god, please. I am invested. You've barely heard anything and you're like, I am invested. QWERTY. C. D. I feel like all of the rows are like almost finished. None of these rows came together like wholly first, which is ridiculous and funny. I need no more. I am here and invested. Sounds like just a really good premise for smut, you know? Sometimes people write stuff and it's kind of weird. I think that it's such an interesting topic to me, like how people perceive, you know, like sex and sexy things, because there's so many different viewpoints. You can just tell by how people react to like lewd tubers that it's just very different. Some people perceive it as almost like offensive that it exists. Not that other people do it, but that it exists. And then some people respond to it, you know, like in a private way. Like they don't want to deny that it exists, but they don't want to like see other people discuss it out loud. And then of course, you know, you have people who are just like, give me more, you know? Okay. All right. So we've done it. We've set this up. I'm going to make sure all of the keys are pressed down the way they should be, although I think they are. I should test this again, but I feel like if any of the switches aren't working, I'll just pull them out and figure it out after I get it in there. We know that these switches work. It's just a matter of if they're in all the way or if there's any issues, but I don't think so. So let me get this O-ring here. Lemon, you missed this earlier, but this is called an O-ring mount, which is a bit different from other keyboards. This is the first time I've built an O-ring mount, especially on stream. But this is the first time I've built one ever. So it basically just uses this elastic ring to offer the squishy like typing experience instead of the usual gaskets that I put on keyboards. So okay. I'm not sure if this is going to be an issue, like the stabs coming up here. We'll have to see. Because I'm not sure. That might be a little bit of an issue. So, here we go. I'm hoping it won't be too big of an issue. I'm hoping we can squish it in there and it'll be fine. But time will tell. We'll see. So let's put this in here. If there's one thing I know about anything, it's that people are weird and about lewd things in every direction. Yes. It's just interesting watching the directions that people are weird about lewd things in, you know? It's the dichotomy of like being weird about lewd things, but also like sort of pretending that they don't exist. So like, for example, in the keyboard hobby, there's a shit ton of people who, oh shoot, I feel like I'm very close to scraping I'm very close to scraping the case with what I'm doing. So I feel like the issue is, even in the keyboard hobby, we have a lot of, oh shoot, it might actually not be compatible. We'll have to see. Oh shoot, that is tough. Yeah, that is not great. Wait, maybe I can get it to push in there anyway. Kind of tough though. Worst case scenario, I will replace just this one. Like literally just this one stab with the clip-in, since I know that it works. And we'll do that if I can't get it in. That's tough. I can probably get my spudger and see if I can get this in there, but I feel like getting it out's gonna be hard. Before I push that all the way down in there, before I do that, I'm actually gonna take a look at the stab and see how it looks on the upper side. So like, when we have like a fully assembled stab, the question is, how does it orient itself on the back end where things actually have to go? Okay, so it does actually indent in though. So I feel like it will probably be in my best interest to actually replace that. I don't want to fuck this up. I actually want this to be good. So we'll replace that one because it's really only the top that's an issue, which is crazy that I gotta do this twice, but that's okay. That is okay. It's just this one stab. I feel like if I take out all the switches on this side, I might be able to get enough leverage to lift it up and get the other stab in there, but I'm not sure. Sorry I had to bail for a minute, but we're talking about orgasm denial, squirting blood play, submission. Big time praise kink. Okay, cool. What a cute board. Yes, it's very cute. There's a little surprise involved. I'll show you later. Depresso about having to do this again. Depresso. I want to look one more time because this is like the end that would come out here. I feel like it's not that different, to be honest. I do think I have to replace it though. Sag. I wanna try to take maybe like half the board apart to see if I can get enough lift clearance to get the stab in, like and I'll replace the wire with the one that I have here too, because I think that wire is really good. Unfortunate, but at least we know we're moving in the right direction. I have to take these stabs out anyway. This board is literally so cute, which somehow makes it being a bitch like this track. All my boards are cute though. It's not. I should have thought about it. You know, I considered the possibility that maybe it wouldn't be great to have that top one, and I thought, oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. But then it was not fine. So it's really my fault, to be honest. I don't know if I'll be able to get that corner up with this other stab here. That's kind of, yikes. So we'll see. But maybe I'll be able to get enough clearance. I might be able to bend it up enough to get that out. We'll see. I mean, unfortunately, if I have to take everything apart and put it back together again, I will. I would just prefer not to. My preference is to not, you know? My preference is to not. So let's start taking these out. Oh, my beautiful hard work. I'm just dumb and I just wanted to believe things were going to be good. But I should know better than that. These really are in there. These tolerances are like really tight though. But yes, but this board looks like it would be a brat. It sure does. It sure does. Lemon, I will show you once we finish. Let me know if you have to leave early though, because I will show you the board and the weight before you go if you have to go early. Oh my God. Come on. There we go. Okay. I actually need to stretch. Let me just... Oof. I felt like a light pain in my back and I was like, oh my gosh. I'm very sorry that this board is such a brat though. It's okay. It's like that sometimes. This is not the first build I've had where the board was just like not the best. It's just taking, sometimes, you know, good things take time. It do be like that. It does look like I might be able to scoot this out because of the way that the plate is cut. I might be able to scoot that out without having to take the whole thing apart. So we'll see. Oh, and this does have cuts for ISO. I didn't even notice. Let's see. I think this should be about what's necessary to get it out if I have to do that. Like if I can. So yeah, okay. It looks like we can lift it just enough from here for me to get that clearance and get it out. So I think we'll be okay. It sucks, honestly, because the assembly like is actually straightforward for this. I'm just having a lot of technical issues because of the type of board it is with the O-ring mount. You actually have to have those kind of snap-in stabs. And now I'm slightly worried about my other builds because I don't think I have any more snap-ins. And what we're definitely going to have to do for sure is get some more before we can build that board. I literally cannot build that board because it's also gummy O-ring with these stabilizers. So we'll have to see how the jury turned out on that one. That's just gonna be tough. I'm lucky I had the spare that I did. I'd have to redo the whole thing or... Okay, here we go. I'm trying to get this out. I don't want to bend the PCB too much. Okay. So let me get these wires out. And we are gonna put them into this. I can't tell if this needs more lube, but I'm gonna assume that it does. Because I just don't trust these hoes. I'd rather put a tiny bit more lube on the chance that it's wiped off than not. I'll just wipe it off myself. And we'll put a new layer on. That's how we'll do that. And that way we can avoid all the troubles and the heartaches. If I leave, it'll only be for a minute because my toddler decided to roll out of bed or because I fell asleep. And my phone smacking me in the face didn't wake me up. Okay. I'm gonna try to hurry the fuck up, so to speak. Because I do think that you would enjoy seeing this board. Okay. I don't want to add more BDZ on here, but I do think it may need some. We'll see. Because these also have BDZ in them also as well. So I'll leave it for now. And these are perfectly good stabs, so I'm just going to put these back in the box. Like, this is the other part here. Let us wipe this off. No. Just at the bottom of my napkin. Okay, here we go. And just looking at it, yeah, it does bend inwards on both sides. So it is actually just the way that the stab is made, which means for my other one, I absolutely need to buy like another box because the stabs that it come with ain't it. It's not it. I can't build that second one with the stabs that come with it. I'll fucking die, bro. That is just, it's a no for me. Fool me once, you know, shame on me. Fool me twice. Or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. So it won't be happening like this again when I go to build that other one. So that lets me know at least which board I'll be building next, because I gotta order new stabs for the other one that came from this company. Okay, here we go. And these wires snapped in pretty well. So now we're gonna try to slide these in here. That's gonna be a little tough. But once I get them into the cutouts, I think I'll have an easier time getting them into the other spaces. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna try to tilt this so that we can get this into the hole. Also, frick, is this the correct way? Yes, actually it is. Sorry, off screen, I'm struggling to get these into the place they're supposed to be. Oh my god, you're in the wrong hole. Please move. Okay, I got one side in where it's supposed to be. This other side is very close to being where it's supposed to be. All right, so now we got the tweezers. We're gonna squeeze and get these in there. Man, I think if I had known that I would have to use my last snap-in stab, I probably would have built the other keyboard and saved this one, even though I like this one. But that's okay. All right, so are they in there? Yes, they are in there. Let me make sure that these are here all the way. All right, and we're gonna snap these bad boys in, these shims, to make sure that everything is copacetic. Shit. This is a long ass stream, oh my gosh. But I'm so happy I get to build a board. And I'm happy to have you guys here with me while I do that. That's fair, yeah. Get in there, you goober. God. I don't even know where it went. It snapped. Oh shit. It snapped and oh, it's on my person. It landed on my shirt. Yeah. Okay. I am so close. Okay. Got it. We've got it. And yes, I can see by how these are made, there is an indentation here. Right there in the middle that the other stabs don't have. So like on the bottom, it's fine. This side is protruding, but there's still this sort of leg up right here. And right here. So like if I turn this maybe diagonally, you can kind of see. So like this juts out on the outside of the PCB, but there's like a little step up here on the, you can go, so the O-ring can go back if it needs to, but here it's not accommodated as much. So now that I know these go on the inside, I need at least one of them. I could probably just order one, but I have to pay shipping on it anyway, so I feel like it would just make more sense to just get a whole set and put them on there, especially because I know these are good. So we'll just have to do that. And let's see if we can get these all in here. The rest of these are already in place. So if I'm lucky, I won't have to use the switch fork or struggle with it. I want to at least get the ones on the outside in there. And then I can use my switch fork on the rest. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay. Oh, shoot. Something got caught on the paper towel. All right. So that is in there the way it should be. Next is this one. So we are in there. We're slowly but surely somehow getting there. Lots of pain and strife, but we're gonna make it happen. Alrighty. Perfecto. So we get more popping and snapping. Oof. So this was a bit healed. A bit healed. To be fair, a couple more hours for a rebuild, not that bad. We're at like 5 hours and 46 minutes, which is not the worst for essentially rebuilding the same board again. Like I had to redo stabs and everything, so that's not so bad. I'm not going to complain that much. And actually, I'll double check the other keyboard I have. I think I saw something when I was looking for the build guide for this one that implied that the other PCB for the other keyboard might also accommodate screw-in stabs. So if it does, then we'll be in business, baby. The other board is called, by the way, the Array, in case anybody wanted to look it up at some point. Oh my god. Okay, so that's the switches. There we go. I think they're all in there comfortably smooth. Cool. So let's put these keycaps back on. And then we'll be done. Finally. wasn't that bad. They made the cuts for the stabs pretty wide. Some keyboards do not make them that wide. So I didn't have to take the whole thing apart again just to get the stabs in there. So that was super duper helpful. Let me move these out the way. I'll have to repackage those in a bit. But not now. The lube pad away. Let's just try to finish this bitch. I have no clue what I'm going to name this board, by the way. I am willing to take suggestions. Let me move this box. Enter. There we go. And then we have our backspace up here. Bless. I actually don't mind spending the extra time to build the board. I think it's just, that on stream though might be a little much, you know? Oh. This is the quote, so it goes here. This is the open bracket. That goes there. This is my function key. Oops. Is it... Wait, which way is this oriented? This way. I mean, my brain defaulted to Thatcha, but that's because I really like that name at the moment. That's fair. Our brains are usually biased towards what we like at the moment. I do very specifically try to avoid going with just that. Unless, like, I had a concept for the board in my head already. Oh, nope, shoot. Already fucking up the church's money. This goes one over to the left. To the right. And then that last one there will be a question mark. I'll leave that. We'll put that back in there. We'll put this back in there. I'm just trying to clean up as I go. So, question mark. Minus. L. And a pipe. Okay. All right. So now we're going to put the O-ring on again. And I'm sure we'll be able to literally see the difference in how it nestles into that area as opposed to how it was before. So it just sort of, it should be visible. Oh, nope, that's too high. It is not in the groove. Yeah, it is definitely different. It's not poking up as much. So I don't think we'll have any issues with getting it into the case. Okay, shoot. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I think that that's much better. I mean, I was able to get it in the case before. When we had but we had the black ones at the top, so I just had to make sure. Oh, shoot. Okay. Please, actually. I think I need to grab that sputter, probably. Yep. Okay. Oh my God. This is gonna be the bane of my existence. Screws still hold #1 nemesis for me, though. Especially the stabilizer screws. Oof, oof, oof. Please. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now, these bottom ones here, I feel a little kind of some way about maybe. But I feel like the top one, we might be able to make it work. We might be able to make it work with this top one. So let's see if we can do it. Okay. Oh, wait. That right side doesn't have any issues, but this left side, I don't know, fam. Where did my sputter tool go? I must have thrown it in the bag, maybe. Did I drop it? These are clipping though, so like, okay. I did actually get it in there. My God, okay. It was a little bit of a tight fit, but I got it in there. We're gonna try not to worry about getting it out. You're not gonna, you know. Okay, and back, had to step away again and Twitch was being difficult. That's cool. I keep thinking, where are the arrows? And then I remember that there are none. Exactly. Exactly, friend. Listen. This is why I normally don't fuck with 60%. There's no arrows. I'm gonna try not to worry about how this O-ring is situated. Most of the flex is gone. So what this is telling me is that this stab up here is good enough, but it's not a perfect fit, dog. And I'm actually not gonna sweat it. I think that the feel is not bad. I think it's just gonna be a bitch to get out again if I want to try to improve it. I can sort of see from looking in there that the O-ring is down in there. It is. It's just not like, it's just a little, I can probably, it's a little squish. It's a little squish. So maybe if I get some more stabs, maybe, we'll see. I'll take it out and redo it again, but you know, I think this is just fine the way it is for now. So yes, this is the Snake60. I want to stick those purple keycaps in my mouth. Yes, this is the QX Carmine Cloud set. It's supposed to be a dusk set. I'm a sucker for dusk and nighttime sky sets. As you can tell by how I have my stream orientated. And everything, it's just like, I don't know, fam. I love nighttime sky stuff. So this is called the Snake60 because once you turn it over, wha-pow, wha-pow. Right? And once you fold it up, wha-pow. So we got like continuous snake action happening here. Wha-pow. It's pretty dope. I love this board. It's great. Snaky fangs, snaky fangs. What would you name a snake, right? That's what I'm gonna have to figure out with this board. Okay, so now that we've done this, you got like a low-key, high-key shot of like the top of my face through the mirror. Ramen? That is so on the nose. I don't even know if I would. I don't even know if I would. But like, we'll see. I'll figure out a name. Maybe I'll throw a poll up. It's a noodle. Yes. Yes. It is a noodle. I agree. Okay, let me just do a little cleanup. I can already tell. Yeah, that is so much. Oh my God, that's so much better. Okay, so let's do ourselves a favor. We are gonna do a pause. We're going to do a pause on the muzak. We're going to turn our gain back up. We're going to lean our mic down towards the board. We got a little more of it in the shot. I'm moving it away. Yeah, it's right there in the corner. Good enough. Good enough. So we're going to turn our gain up just a bit. It's kind of a lot of it. And turn our filters off. Filter. Hopefully the rest of my house isn't too noisy. So here we go. Take two on this board. Please note, this setup for this board is a little ghetto. I had a clip-in stab here, but I feel like it wasn't 100% compatible with this. There's not as much flex as there was when I put this in the first time, unfortunately. So I may swap out the stabs again later. But for right now, this serves my purposes perfectly well. I'm not going to complain. So here we go. This is a sound test of the Snake60 by Parallel Limited. And we're going to dive in. Oh, you know what I should actually do? I'm just gonna finish real quick. So that I don't have to watch my mouth go up a bit more. So yes, okay. Without further ado, this is the Snake60 by Parallel Limited. This is a O-ring mount with, I believe, a FR4 plate and Tecsee Coral switches. And these are QX Carbon Cloud keycaps. Jeez. Yeah. That spacebar is very distinct. It's very different with these stabs. And my guess is it's because there's no foam. There's literally no foam. And the other stabs being clip-ins dampen the sound considerably. So there's like no ticking. But I also don't like it. I hate this like a lot. So I think I'll have to just get like some clip-ins and I will end up changing out these stabs, but this will do for now. These stabs, by the way, are Owlabs stabs. So they're screw-in stabs. So they normally with an O-ring, you would actually have clip-ins, but the clip-ins that came in with this were trash, garbage, ticking. I did wire balancing, it just didn't work. And I do have one set of clip-ins that are left, but it's literally here. And I put it up here because the O-ring wouldn't fit all the way around. Up here was especially incompatible up here. So I have it up here for now. But this will just be, I will just have to live with this until I get an all new stab set and replace them. Yes, it's so much better in terms of there not being any rattling. With this, you can hear the case so much, which tells me that the O-ring might not be settled in correctly, which I'll have to work on, or it might be because of how the stabs are. I just, you know, I wanted to, in fact, let me turn my gain down. I wanted to believe in the stabs that came with this board, but they were really shitty. Like, they were, like, exceptionally shitty. Hang on, let me adjust my mic. If I can figure out which way I gotta turn the thing to loosen it. It's tough. Oh my gosh, my arm is like everywhere. Yeah, no longer mushy, but now it's very hollow. It's just the spacebar that's hollow, yeah. And so what that tells me is that I absolutely have to figure it out. Let's see. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Everything is fixed. I'm gonna turn my filter back on. And we'll put the music back on. Yeah, so I had to make do with what I had because I trusted the stabs that came with this, and I should not have. That was not a thing that I should have done. It was a bad idea. Bad idea as always. So next time I get some space, or I'll have to rifle through some of like the leftover stabilizers that I have and see what we can do about this, because this is just like not it. It's not. Everything else fixed. Perfect. This space bar, baby, this ain't it. But that's what happens when you scrounge things together. I was kind of just going with whatever I had left. Once I actually get these stabs and I get the appropriate clip-in stabs, they should be perfectly fine. I may also have some screw-ins that are made for this type of board. I just have to dig into my box of spares to check. The same way that I had like one of these left over, I just keep extra parts exactly for situations like this where like I get stuff sent in the package and it's not great, you know? So I'll have to check some of my other stabs and see. But everything else sounds great. I like how this sounds. It's a quieter keyboard sound that doesn't pop a whole lot. Like, it's not... When we had the old stabs in, these actually sounded mushy. But with the appropriate keycaps, not keycaps, I'm sorry, with the appropriate stabs in, it just sounds very, like, dampened. Like, I could feel a little better taking this, barring the spacebar, into, like, work or something like that, as opposed to one of my louder keyboards. So yes, that is it. That is the build. So there's still some work to be done on this, but I will say that this is in fact the build that I had pictured for this. So there are no other keycaps or anything that I wanted to put into this board. It was literally just the Snake60 and these keycaps and those switches. I feel like the switches contribute a bit to the sound being a little dampened. But again, good for the office. Not as poppy, not as clacky as some other keyboards. So excuse me for this monstrosity here. That is just a lot. But once I get some of the other stabilizers swapped in, it should be fine. I want to know for anybody who's watching this VOD, either here or on YouTube later on, that it's important to note when I replace these stabs, you can always reuse stabs for things later. These screws are going right into the box. Well, bag. They're going right into the bag. And I'll be able to potentially, pull them out to use later. I caught it with my thighs. Hey. So these will still be reusable. I'm literally just gonna put this in this bag and stick it back in the container. Because if I'm building something else, I can actually reuse these. So no worries from anybody. That includes the wires as well. You can also reuse wires from a build. So nothing wrong with that. In fact, if the other board is compatible with screw-ins, which I think it is, I'll probably literally take these out and use them for that. So we'll scrounge around and see what we can find. I just wasn't adequately prepared. I wanted to trust the stabilizers that came with these, and that was a bad idea. So once I get this spacebar fixed, I get different stabs in here. This is gonna sound basically very similar to how it sounds now. It's just the spacebar will sound closer to how it sounded the first time, because the spacebar was fire the first time. It's just this stabilizer that's holding it back. I'll be sure to post a sound test. Oh, let me bring my face back on the screen. I'll be sure to post a sound test to Twitter once I get this together. That seems to be the trend for me to just record a separate sound test when I have to do tinkering behind the scenes. So this was a very long stream, but I think it turned out well. I'm in love with this board. I am in love with the weight on the back. I love the style of this. I have to figure out a name for this board. And once I get new stabs in it, I already know it's going to be great. At least for a 60, you know, like I'm not a big 60 enjoyer, but I really wanted this board. I really wanted this weight, and it's everything that I could dream of. Okay, so let's head over to my chatting screen. So yes, that is the build. That is the stream. It is literally midnight for me at this point. I have been streaming for 6 hours. This was very long stream, very long time. So I won't be playing a game or anything after this, but I may get online tomorrow in the afternoon. Oh, it occurred to me that my main theme is playing. Hang on. We're about to end anyway, but we'll put on the we'll put on the music we were just listening to just because. So let's go. Here we go. Perfecto. So I'm gonna log on tomorrow, and probably we'll play a little more season. I'm thinking that's what we'll do because I love that game. I love how it's been going so far, and the stream won't be as long as this one. This one only ended up long because I had to try my best to reconfigure these. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. So yes, that is the stream. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate all of you coming to visit me here in the library in my own little space. And we've got more streams coming up soon. I have 2 more keyboards to build, and I do have the necessary parts for at least one of them, maybe both of them. I have to double check. So we're gonna check that, and hopefully in the next week or so, we'll build another board and play some more games. So that is it from me, because it is late. I might be up for maybe like another hour or 2, but then I'm going to try to go to bed. So this is me, Luminous Peak, your friendly neighborhood face, signing off. And remember that you are important and you matter. So please take care of yourself. Yes, sleepy times. It is, in fact, sleepy times. Okay. I'll talk to you guys later. Oh, thank you for joining me for stream. I'm always happy to have people to share my hobbies with. So I will see you guys in another stream. Bye.